Good morning. My name is Jim Hardesty, and I'd like to call the meeting of the Nevada System of Higher Education Ad Hoc Committee on Higher Education Funding to order. It's 9:30, and we wanted to start promptly on time. Let's begin by asking the secretary to call the roll. Ms. Oda McNeil, would you like to proceed?
I am ready. I have Justice James W. Hardesty,
Present.
Chancellor Patricia Charlton,
Present.
Regent Byron Brooks,
Here.
Senator Carrie Buck, Senator Carrie Buck, Mr. Glenn Christensen,
Here.
Mr. Richard Combs,
Here.
Regent Carol Del Carlo,
Here.
Senator Marilyn Dondero Loop, Senator
Here.
Marilyn Dondero Loop,
Here.
Miss Betsy Fretwell, Miss Betsy Fretwell,
Here.
Assemblyman Ken Gray, Assemblyman Ken Gray, absent. Regent Stephanie Goodman,
Here.
Assemblywoman Erica Mosca,
Here.
Mr. Tony Sanchez,
Here.
Miss Yvette Williams, Miss Yvette Williams, absent. Dr. Kyle Dalpy,
Here.
Dr. Peter Reed,
Here.
Miss Lindsay Sessions,
Here.
Miss Susanna Stancute,
Here.
Miss Amy Stevenson, Amy Stevenson, absent. Mr. Chris Fatone,
Here. Here.
Miss Stacy Wallace.
Here.
That concludes the roll call.
All right, we have a quorum. I'd like to acknowledge that we're joined today by NSHE Associate General Counsel Linda King, who will ensure we remain compliant with the requirements of the open meeting law. I have got a couple of questions for you, Ms. King, just so you're ready and roaring to go when we get to the work session. I'll have some suggested violations of the open meeting law for you to opine on. No, I'm just kidding. I do have some questions for you, though. So the first agenda item is public comment. Agenda item number 1, I'll open that. I want to note that there will be 2 opportunities for public comment today. This opportunity and an opportunity at the end of the meeting. No action may be taken on a matter raised under this item until the matter is included on an agenda as an item on which action may be taken. As noted on the agenda, public comment can be made in person at either meeting location. Those wishing to provide public comment telephonically may do so by calling 669-900-9128. At the prompt, please enter the meeting ID number, which is 910-0378-4066, and enter to passcode, which is 777777. If you need those numbers repeated, please refer to the top of the first page of today's agenda where they'll appear. Additionally, written public comment can be submitted online, and the link to that form is found on the agenda. So at this time, I'd like to invite those wishing to give public comment in Reno to approach the witness table. As you approach, please begin by stating your name for the record and spelling your last name. Also, please keep in mind that comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Are there any persons in Reno who would like to make public comment?
Good morning. I'm Jim New, NEW, President of the Nevada Faculty Alliance. First, I'd like to thank the members of this committee for giving their time and experience to work on this very complex issue. We at NFA are grateful that you gave us the opportunity to present our perspective and suggestions with you. And I'd like to acknowledge my NFA colleagues, Kent Irvin and Stacy Walters, who worked long hours on that presentation. The NFA strived to solicit input from our constituents at each NSHE institution and provide accurate, unbiased information. Our recommendations are made in good faith. As you know by now, we don't currently have a funding formula in our base budgets. Instead, it is a distribution formula that is applied generally after an allocation to NSHE has been essentially determined. A reformulation of that distribution without generating new funding, in other words, reslicing the same pie without growing it, is not a solution. We may as well stick to the existing distribution model and avoid the disruption of moving to a new one. We have submitted several recommendations, but I'd like to call your attention to one in particular. We urge this committee to recommend that the legislature allocate COLA funding to NSHE at the same rate as all other state agencies. We were all elated when the legislature passed and the governor approved historic cost of living adjustments for state employees. The elation evaporated, however, when we realized how much NSHE institutions would struggle to fund full COLA for faculty since they did not receive the same allocation as other agencies. We spent the next several months rallying our campus communities to persuade administrators to support and the Board of Regents to adopt the same adjustments for NSHE professionals that all other state employees received, including our coworkers in the classified ranks. I'm starting my 27th year as an NSHE professional. During that time, we've gone through multiple budget crises. To the best of my knowledge, faculty were never told that they did not have to take as large of a pay reduction or as many cuts to benefits or the same number of furlough days as the other state employees. In times of austerity, NSHE professionals sacrificed equally with them. In times of recovery, we deserve the same. But the lower funding of COLA at NSHE put faculty in a position of having to fight for our fair share, straining our relationships with administrators and regents. No other state employees had to do that, and we still settled for less. Please, do your best to correct that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. New. And on behalf of the committee, I'd like to extend to you and your colleagues my thanks and appreciation for your thorough input on repeated correspondence that we've seen and read and have appreciated very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Kent Irvin, ERVIN, Nevada Faculty Alliance. Good morning. Thank you for your service and your dedication to improving higher education in Nevada, Chair and members. We at NFA have done our best to provide accurate information and good faith recommendations. We respectfully request that you consider and adopt our suggested improvements to the recommendations that are in our written submissions. Details are important to avoid surprises during implementation. Nevada's colleges and universities are underfunded in total revenue per student compared with other states. Taking funds from some underfunded institutions to lift up others is wrong and counterproductive. All new components of the funding formula should be contingent on new funding and/or home harmless provisions. Although only the legislature can appropriate funds, you as a committee are free to state that your recommendations are contingent on funding. Each recommendation today should also stipulate that future funding amounts be adjusted for inflation. Getting to the details, the 40-40-20 percentage allocation recommended by HCM greatly overcompensates for the goals of providing wraparound services for at-risk students and providing meaningful performance incentives. NFA recommends 75% for weighted student credit hours, 20% for the student attributes, and 5% for outcomes-based funding, or OBF. OBF using the relative growth model should be limited to about 5%. More than that would lead to volatility in budgeting and impede planning. New relative performance factors that are not correlated with absolute enrollment should be developed first. Then permanent additions to the base budgets are needed to fund the relative growth model, set 2.5% in the first biennium and another 2.5% in the next biennium. That level is a modest request. If the legislature does not appropriate new outcomes-based funding, then it means that it's not really a priority of the state. The allocation to student headcount should match or moderately exceed the 8% of student budgets that are spent now on student services. More would lead to administrative bloat and incentivize having students take single courses rather than completing programs. NFA recommends a 20% allocation to the student attributes component, which still creates significant redistribution of funding from UNLV, UNR, and WNC, and they need to be held harmless. Please also recommend that the reported formula factors be audited. The formula should incentivize student success, not creative accounting. Finally, the committee should not defer decisions to the chancellor and the presidents. That will just cause confusion and political wrangling. Take a vote on the policy options and make a decision. That's your job. Thank you so much.
Anyone else in Reno?
My name is Elliot Parker, P-A-R-K-E-R. I'm chair of the economics department at the University of Nevada, Reno, and thank you for the work you're doing for the state. I have read the HCM proposal, and it does not seem based on the actual cost of educating students for either R1 universities or community colleges. The proposed weighting seems arbitrary and unrelated to actual costs. Perhaps this is the result of trying to have a one-size-fits-all formula. Fitting round pegs in square holes is just as damaging as fitting square pegs in round holes. Why don't we actually study the costs of our institutions and those of our peer institutions? Why don't we have different metrics for different institutions? The 40-40-20 allocation recommended by the consultants, if adopted, would put NSHE in the position of representing to our state legislature that we think 40% of state funding should go to student services instead of to instruction and research. I think that will be difficult to defend. If approved, this new formula will give incentives to the universities to be more like community colleges and encourage part-time attendance over full-time. Even if you phase it in, it is still cutting budgets just as we have achieved R1 status, something our state should be proud of. Further, the formula will motivate certain practices going forward that are inconsistent with what we have told the legislature and ourselves are the goals of our institutions for our state and our students. I am sure we need a new formula, but I don't think this is it. While I am not currently a member of the Nevada Faculty Alliance, I do support the NFA's recommendations as a more reasonable alternative. Once again, thank you for hearing me out and thank you for your service to the state.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
Good morning. My name is Ginger Doe, D-O-E. I am the Truckee Meadows Community College Faculty Senate Chair, a biology professor, and a member of the Nevada Faculty Alliance. First, I would also like to say thank you very much for your hard work. This is a difficult topic. My comments mostly revolve around Section 3 with student characteristics being considered for general fund allocation. I am thankful that with Section 3A, it takes into account part-time students. I know for Truckee Meadows Community College, we have roughly 7,000 part-time students compared to 2,700 full-time students. So student headcount does certainly help with that, as it would with most institutions. I just only looked up TMCCs. I am a little concerned about the number of at-risk groups of students being considered, as there are significantly other at-risk groups who would require more wraparound services, including English language learners, first-generation students, as well as students who require Disability Resource Center accommodations due to ADA and OCR requirements. Regarding including students in poverty, I know there has been discussion about Pell eligibility, and that Pell eligibility is determined by FAFSA. And I believe we're all aware that there's been a bit of a snafu with FAFSA recently. And so I concur that we need to find other ways to identify these students. We may need to consider the number of students who are utilizing things such as food pantries that are available on most campuses. I would also like to provide caution in 3B where it discusses predictors of college success and discussion of the ACT and SAT. While we do know 100% that higher ACT and SAT scores does correlate with higher college readiness and performance, it also highly correlates with socioeconomic status and could be detrimental to some of our first-gen students and our lower socioeconomic class students. Harvard recently published a paper that individuals in the lowest 20% of the income distribution, less than 1/4 of those students even take the SAT or ACT. I would also like to agree that the 40-40-20 allocation should be reconsidered. And again, I thank you very much for your time and thoughtful work on such a difficult process.
Thank you, Professor Doe. Anyone else in Reno?
Hello, Rochelle Basson, Bassen. I am WNC NFA chapter president, and I would like to thank the committee for all of their hard work over the last year. I know you spent a lot of hours convening and trying to figure out a plan that involves a lot of different metrics. So I would like to speak up against the performance pool today because as we know historically, the performance pool is more about trying to meet a baseline in which almost all institutions have been doing already. And then when something does happen, like the pandemic, in which it does impact the performance pool significantly, we ended up having to get backfill funding to support those institutions because that type of circumstance was out of their control. And in general, it's not really feasible for long-term stability of our institutional funding. I would also like to speak up as a small institution, which WNC is considered, to please consider keeping the small institution factor. We serve a lot of rural areas and we are a small institution, but we still require a lot of services that bigger institutions require, but we also charge about half of the tuition and fees that larger institutions charge their students. So that small institution factor is really important for sustaining workforce development in our rural and rural areas. Also, I would like to speak up against, or to please consider increasing the pool of money for our institutions rather than considering a divvy of the pie slices, and that will result in, of course, different winners and losers with the funding pot. But with inflation, which we know has been out of control the past couple of years, that we really need to increase the amount of money being allocated rather than just trying to, again, slice it different ways. But we want to, yeah, sorry. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. Anyone else in Reno that would like to offer public comment?
That'll be all for Reno. Thank you.
All right, is there any public comment in Las Vegas? Any public comment in Las Vegas? Okay, seeing none, we will go to the phones and see if there's been any callers who'd like to offer public comment.
There's no public comment at this time.
All right, then we'll move on to the next agenda item, Um, Number 2, we have the minutes of the May 30th meeting. Any edits or questions regarding those minutes? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve. Regent Del Carlo? Thank you, Regent.
Second.
All right, and the second was, Senator, thank you. All right, any questions, discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, it passes. Let's move on to agenda item number 3. As you can see from the agenda, we have, this is our final scheduled meeting for our work on this committee. A couple of housekeeping things, and then we'll get into some other comments. I'd like to begin with mentioning that NSHE has again offered the use to host fun lunch, and so hopefully people have had a chance to fill out a lunch order, and that'll be delivered around noon or so. The next thing I'd like to begin is by providing an update on some of the work that has occurred since the May meeting. I want to begin by thanking the staff that is working, NSHE staff that's working today to allow this meeting to occur. The IT personnel and staff within NSHE have been fabulous throughout this process. Quite frankly, I wish all of our meetings had occurred within the NSHE rooms. They're comfortable, and the staff has been really excellent in coordinating them. Thank you very much. I also want to extend my appreciation and thanks to Crystal and Heidi, who have done such a fabulous job staffing this effort. It goes unseen, but we would not be anywhere near where we are today in understanding these issues without their work and dedication. We have had a number of meetings and phone calls together along with the Chancellor. It's been a wonderful experience for me to get to work with these ladies and see just how much of a contribution they make to the Nevada system of higher education. So thank you both, really appreciate it. Next, I'd like to thank HCM strategists for their work and effort on our behalf. We have requested a number of things from you and really appreciate your deliverables. There may be reasonable people who have debates about what is presented and how it should be interpreted and how it should be used, but nevertheless, you folks have done a fabulous job and have helped the committee a great deal in our understanding of a number of issues, so thank you very much. We have all spent quite a bit of time working on this matter of the funding formula. And I don't know about the rest of the committee, I'll just speak for myself, but for me, the charge of the committee was to address and update a funding formula. Implied, in my view, in that task is the fact that there is sufficient money to allocate. My takeaway from these meetings and the work that has been done by staff is that that is not the case. And what has occurred, at least from my point of view, is that we are asked to develop a formula that guides the legislature, but also guides the institutions on how we allocate our funds. I was very pleased to see, as this effort worked forward, that members of the commission had identified the importance of adequacy and equity in funding. And so my view is that the state needs to develop an overall approach to how we address our college and community college education. We need a set of goals, objectives and then fund to those objectives and goals. That's my view. So I'm hopeful that today, one of the first things we will recognize is the importance of addressing the continued process of studying the adequacy and equity of the funding that's necessary for our institutions. I want to be responsive to the speakers who've spoken at various times, including today, about that, but we have to be mindful that our charge as a committee was to develop a funding formula, not to address all of the intricacies associated with how the money gets allocated by the legislature. But it is obvious that the committee needs to recognize that some of the decisions we're being asked to address in our debate and our votes on these formulas are driven in part by what's left. What will people have left if that's all we do? And it seems to me we need to do more, as was suggested by some of the speakers, in encouraging a further study beyond this point about the adequacy and equity of funding. So I look forward to that discussion as part of our effort today. This was not a charge to HCM directly, but I do appreciate their reaching out and gathering some information for us. I also want to thank the members of the committee. It has been an honor and a privilege to get to know all of you better, to work with some of you that I've worked with for many, many years, and to look at the enthusiasm and energy that exists among this group. The horsepower of intellect has been impressive, and I've had a front seat to watch all of this, which has been fascinating. And finally, I'd like to thank the Chancellor for initiating this effort. She's a tremendous leader. We owe her a great debt of gratitude for her effort in carrying this forward. And thank you, Chancellor, for all your work in getting this accomplished thus far. So with that, there's an overview of today's meeting I'd like to share with you. First of all, HCM's strategists and our staff and CFO have met with the business officers to discuss the recommendations, and we'll consider during our work session today. So we will have input from the business officers for each of the institutions as we talk about what is going to occur. The business officers also had an opportunity to discuss the recommendations, and they saw the recommendations that were being considered today. HCM strategists have updated their working version of the model in consultation with Chris. And thank you, Chris, for all of your work on this. I was telling him before the meeting that he's been here just about a year, but this is in dog years, so we're really 7 years into the mission. This will allow us to see the impact on our recommendations live as we debate them. So we'll be able to see what kinds of impacts we can see from the adjustments that we raise and consider when we get to that point. Our staff has also prepared this work session document, very impressive. The document includes recommendations we discussed during our May meeting. And as you'll recall from the May meeting, we vetted a number of topics. Not all of them made the cut. They were left on the floor for a variety of reasons. So the ones that we assumed would be parties would have most interest in, and the committee would have most interest in, were included on this work session document, and others were delayed. And some were delayed, as we know, because we just didn't have statistics in which to adequately debate them. Doesn't mean that they aren't great ideas and important suggestions. It just means we need to collect more data to understand them. We received a memo from the Nevada Faculty Alliance in response to my request for feedback from the faculty. I think they did a thorough job. Really appreciate their input and their suggestions and their comments. Today's meeting includes two key areas. HCM strategists will present an overview of the balanced approach, including best practices and growing trends, and will again review the basic components that make up the balanced approach framework. This is to remind everyone of the basic components and how they'll how they will in allocating the general fund appropriation. Our staff will then lead us through the work session document before we begin our debates and discussions of each point. And then following today's meeting, our staff will update a draft of the final report that will reflect the recommendations we make today. The report will then be transmitted to the Chancellor. As we have discussed before, the Chancellor will submit the report to the Board of Regents, the Governor, and the Legislature, and the Chancellor will determine how to best advance these recommendations within NSHE through the budget building process and ultimately through the legislative process. Before I ask the Vice Chair for opening remarks, I just wanted to clarify something. I think Mr. Christensen may have raised this point, and I think other commissioners have in the past. And that is, once the report is prepared, will we have a chance to see it before it actually ends up going to the Chancellor? That's an area that I wanted to discuss with the committee as we get to the end of the meeting. There might be an edit or two in a document like this, so I would like to find out a way to facilitate how the edit might need to be addressed, if it can be addressed. So those are the kinds of questions, Ms. King, that I have for you when we get to that point. But all of the committee's members' names are on the report, and so it seems to me that you should see as best we can what we're doing before we deliver it, if we can. Now, that puts a tremendous amount of pressure on Ms. Ava and Ms. Hartz, because they've got a deadline they have to achieve. So I don't know whether the turnaround here is going to work very well, but I want to explore this when we get to the end of the meeting, okay? So with all that said, Vice Chair, please proceed.
All right. Good morning. For the record, Patty Charlton, Interim Chancellor, Nevada System of Higher Education. I want to thank all of you for being here today and recognize it has been a very short 10 months, but here we are now coming to the finish line. I want to first start by thanking everyone again for your participation and all of your hard work. In particular, I'd like to thank the chair. And Chairman Hardesty, you have done an absolutely phenomenal job in guiding the committee, and you have been very diligent in giving the institutions and stakeholders within NSHE every opportunity possible to participate in this process. From the President's presentation to the submission of written recommendations to hearing from faculty as well as students. Thank you so very much. In any process like this, it is important that the institution voices are heard, and no one can dispute the number of opportunities that you provided. So again, thank you, Chairman. In addition, I want to thank HCM for your hard work. This has been very difficult work, and the formula is not easy for all people to understand. I appreciate the breadth of experience that you have brought to the table and your expertise and recommendations that have helped lead us to where I believe we have reasonable recommendations for the committee to consider today. Between the institutional advocacy and the best practices recommended by HCM, I believe the committee has thoroughly studied the formula issues and is prepared to take all the information collected and recommend thoughtful formula revisions today. During our work session today, the committee will take final action on a set of recommendations that will be included in the final report that will ultimately be transmitted to the Board of Regents, to the Governor, as well as to the state legislature. Adhering to the original deadline, the final report will be delivered to all parties on August the 31st. That is not very long away. We have discussed on several occasions the challenges of coming forward with formula recommendation when the process for developing the board's biennial budget is also running in parallel to this committee's work. And as such, I am grateful that all the recommendations that are presented today are presented as cost neutral so as not to compete with the existing enhancement request that each of our institutions have brought forward and the board will consider in just a few short weeks. And as I have said before, those number in excess of over $200 million. So this is very thoughtful work. On August 23rd, the board will consider NSHE's budget proposal for the 2026-2028 biennium, which will include the current formula allocation. Depending on what comes out of today's meeting, the committee's recommendations will be considered as enhancement requests, essentially bringing this work to full reality. Throughout the process, the committee has discussed the importance of continuing the momentum of this work and the recommendations. I agree, and I have already begun to schedule these meetings with the presidents, and we will begin advancing recommendations that are approved here today. We are prepared to move forward from recommendations to actions quickly and thoughtfully. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Chancellor. So we'll get started then on agenda item number 4. And I thought it would be very helpful to once again call on our staff to lead us through the balanced approach framework and the work session, and we'll lead on. So, Crystal, Heidi?
Maybe you'll hear from me if the button ever turns on. For the record, Crystal Abba, committee staff. Just to give everyone a broad overview of how the mechanics of today will work, because I know, as the chairman indicated and as the chancellor indicated, this has been an incredibly fast process, and you're dealing with a subject that is technical and complex at best. So we have been extremely deliberate in the way certain things have been set up so that we can have maximum flexibility today. So let me just very quickly go through the expectations for the day in terms of who you're going to hear from and why and where that flexibility exists. So first of all, when I'm done talking, you're going to hear from HCM. And the purpose of HCM's conversation is, as we came out of the May 30th meeting, we want to make sure, since it feels like a lifetime since May 30th, and many of you have circumnavigated the globe since that time and had your mind on other things besides the higher education funding formula, it's intended to be a primer and a refresher. And you know, if you go back to the committee's website, on that website, there are literally hundreds of slides that HCM has presented, which is really the compilation of the data collection of this work. But today, they're distilling it down into the key parts. And Will and Nate and Martha are going to laugh because I'm going to use the same term we've used in many of our conversations. The rubber hits the road in the balanced approach in terms of the 40-40-20. And I know that's where the grind on this committee is going to come from. So once we get through the HCM presentation, they're showing you those basic blocks, what's in the block, what it looks like, what the rationale for the block was, giving you all of that background, and hopefully addressing other concerns that we may have heard between today and when we last met. Once we get through that presentation, as we go through the work session, Heidi and I will be sitting over there and we'll guide you through each item. With each item, we will often be calling on the chancellor's office so that we can get whatever feedback was received by the business officers. And HCM obviously is the subject matter expert and will have the opportunity to provide additional information as you ask questions. A quick reminder, there are basic components in this and decisions that you will make, such as the small institution factor price, the small institution factor threshold, and weighted student credit hours, 3-year weighted average versus 3-year weighted average prior year versus the current method. Those are what I consider your basic components and decisions that you will make in the beginning of the work session. Then we will take a break so that HCM can push those items into their model. And as we get to where the rubber meets the road in the 40-40-20, we will actually project on the screens the model. And HCM has done a great job in terms of color coding. So you're going to see your prior decisions color coded and in that model. Now you're saying, well, wait a second, what if we change our mind? What if we make a decision on something and we have to go back? You will be able to go back. You're going to be able to manipulate that. But if you change the recommendation, we'll of course have to rescind the prior motion and then make a second motion. But I think for the basic issues, being the small institution factor and weighted student credit hours, the way this is crafted, we want to make those decisions first because it's a funnel. You're making certain decisions and it's coming down into the rubber hitting the road at the bottom of the funnel. Once we get through that, again, there will be a brief break so that HCM can put all of that into the model. We do have some technical challenges in this room. They will be projecting on the screen, but it's going to be via Zoom. So I beg your patience in this process, okay? We're doing the best we can to do this dance between the committee staff and the consultants, and you're going to be dealing with a lot of complex issues. So this is going to be a slow and very deliberate process as we as we walk you through that. And the good news is it's only 10 o'clock and we've got the room for the full day. But we plan on being done a lot sooner. So with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to provide that overview.
Okay. I will just add a footnote. I know that the desire has been to establish a formula that would go on for a considerable period of time, potentially. I don't think it necessarily means you can't and we can't propose a temporary formula in order to continue other studies and gain other information that would influence or inform the content of the formula going forward. And so I throw that out there for consideration, and we'll debate that more as we get closer. So let's begin then with the work session, and let's begin with HCM's presentation and overview. Are you ready, Ms. Snyder? Okay.
Thank you. Good morning again. Good to be with you again. Appreciate it and all the feedback, collaboration.
Mr. Chairman, we're not hearing the presentation up in Northern Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. Combs. We'll, they're checking on her
Okay.
mic.
That's a sensitive mic. Yes, now I can hear myself. Great. Well, thank you for, again, having us present today. As the chair has noted, we are going to walk through pretty much what we walked through last time, just as a regrounding of the framework that we are building off from in terms of what you will see reflected in the funding model. As Crystal just walked through, there are some kind of micro decision points or components that certainly still need to be decided in terms of options within the broader context of the funding formula. But then the bigger considerations around the 40-40-20 breakdown. So this is really just a regrounding, again, of what is in the funding formula, the approach that we are putting forward, and some of that context for why we think this reflects much of the input that has been provided throughout this process. So this is the high level, as has been noted, a balanced approach. This is definitely a best practice and a growing trend that we are seeing states adopt. Certainly states are adopting this because they are struggling with or navigating many of the issues and input that have been provided throughout this process. It reflects, as is broken down here, some support for core costs of an institution, some enrollment components that are oftentimes a combination of FTE or full-time equivalents, headcount and or credit hours, with adjustments for certain characteristics to reflect the additional supports that certain students need on the front end of their educational journey. It also reflects some student progression and outcomes aligned to the state's need for increased completion and attainment, with adjustments, again, for increasing student success for underserved populations, and certainly some reflection of high demand, high value credentials. And finally, some mission differentiation. This component is oftentimes embedded within other components rather than a separate or distinct component. But for visual purposes here, we have it as one of those components. Speaking specifically to the formula that's being put forward in Nevada, taking that comprehensive approach. Again, the 40-40-20, and we'll get into this, is just a starting point. But just in terms of how each of these components reflects the input that we have received throughout this process. The O&M and core costs and the small institution factor, again, a decision that will be made today, but the recommendations for maintaining and in fact increasing the small institution factor. Also within that O&M and core costs, is the SIF and research O&M adjustments, which reflect mission differentiation within that component of the funding model. Within the enrollment within the enrollment component is certainly the head count and part-time reflection. We received much feedback on the need to ensure that there is some enrollment-based component that accounts for students that are not currently captured within the weighted student credit hour or the full-time equivalent component of the funding model, and a head count component would address that. That is also addressed or adjusted for student characteristics, again, to reflect much of the feedback that we heard around not just having an enrollment component, but reflecting that there are certain students that require additional supports or for whom the costs are higher. A maintaining of the enrollment-based course weighting, the weighted student credit hour component of the funding model, some additional potential adjustments to that in terms of a potential 3-year average. Again, another decision that this committee will make. And the continuation of the weighted student credit hour research premium reflects the mission differentiation component within that component of the funding model. And then finally is an integration of the outcomes component within the actual broader comprehensive funding model versus a carve out of the weighted student credit hour component that is then earned back. Perhaps the biggest adjustment of the funding model in terms of its core components is no longer a performance pool, but a integration of outcomes within this broader framework of a funding model. We recommend a relative growth approach, and certainly there are different metrics and weights that are applied within the progression and outcomes that reflect the mission differentiation component of this funding model. This just shows kind of the differentiation between the current allocation, as has been noted. The current allocation on my right of the screen is currently nearly 100%, a small amount for O&M core costs, but nearly 100% driven by weighted student credit hours, with a 20% carve out for the performance pool that, as you know, is then earned back if institutions meet their set targets. Our recommended allocation, as noted here, again, we currently have it divided 40-40-20 between the weighted student credit hours, the enrollment-based funding and outcomes, with the O&M core costs, a small carve-out that would happen on the front end of that allocation. In terms of the actual breakdown of that recommended allocation, core costs and O&M are about 2.1% of the funding model. The enrollment-based, the student-based funding is 39.2%. The weighted student credit hour would be 39.2% as well, and the outcomes would be 19.6%. In terms of the why 40-40-20, we want to emphasize, as has been emphasized many times, this is truly a starting point for a discussion. The committee will consider different allocations, and this will be something, as Crystal noted, that you will see projected on the screen. So we can break down and model out different combinations of the components of the funding model. There is certainly wide variation among other states, and therefore no one answer. For Nevada, the goal is to address the state's priorities and the feedback that was received about the current formula. And this includes certainly some reflection of increased access, especially for those underserved populations, and the increased attention to students who need greater levels of support, which is reflected in that first 40%, the student-centered enrollment-based component. Just a quick reminder, the formula components allocate funds. They do not require or encourage spending in specific ways. So there is no expectation that how institutions receive their funding specifically drives how they spend their funding. And current Nevada spending on certain activities is not an appropriate benchmark, and Nate will provide a little bit more insight into that, as the feedback indicated that current levels weren't sufficient.
Ms. Snyder, may I interrupt your presentation at this
Yes.
point? One of the key discussion points for today's meeting is this balanced approach and how one goes about selecting these percentages. From all that I've read and what I've been able to discern, and compared to the next slide, which identifies various approaches by the states, this seems to be a bit arbitrary. From my standpoint as a judge, I look to evidence. What are the rational reasons, fact-finding basis on which I make adjustments to these percentages based on their particular outcomes and impact? And I struggle to see that here. One of the things I was hoping you might share is if this committee were called upon to make findings, for example, to adjust percentages, what findings would they make, short-term and long-term? Do you understand my question, and could you expand on or respond?
I will start, and then I will certainly look to Nate in particular, who will be presenting something I think can maybe provide some insight into this. So yes, the 40-40-20 is arbitrary in a sense. It is the reason for that is that a lot of the data on higher education spending and funding is not particularly consistent, nor is it necessarily informative of what it truly costs to support students, to provide instruction, and to get the outcomes that are necessary that you're trying to achieve here. So the 40-40-20, yes, is relatively arbitrary in terms of a starting point for discussions. Some of that is truly based on a lack of strong data around the actual costs of educating students and providing the student supports and the instruction necessary for the outcomes you're trying to achieve. Sorry.
Before you go on, would an adequacy and equity study help inform the decision-making for the selection of those allocations?
It would certainly get you closer. Yes, it would help inform a less arbitrary approach.
Thank you.
So I'll just pause here. I won't spend much time on this because I do want to get to, I think, what Nate will present, which will at least shed some light on my reply to that question. This just does show, right, that there is great variation in terms of how states approach this comprehensive funding model, in terms of the breakdown across different components within each state. Varied both within the amount going to each component in terms of emphasis on outcomes in the state of Texas for its community colleges, for example. Oregon, perhaps the most balanced of the formulas that are put up here, but also in the percent of revenue that is coming from the state. And so just kind of consideration and context for all of that. Nate I'll turn it over to Nate to kind of walk through some of the data around the categories of institutional expenses.
Before you do that, I want to invite questions from committee members as a result of the chair's questions. Are there any comments? Yes, Mr. Christensen.
Glenn Christensen for the record. I appreciate your comments about looking at evidence, and I think that's what we're trying to do here. It makes sense to me, the balanced approach, that there'd be something about weighted credit hours, that we're trying to student attributes, some performance. But I really struggle with what those percentages ought to be. I don't live, eat, and breathe higher education every day. If this was more of a business environment, I'd have probably a more informed way to think about it. But if the 7 presidents were sitting here and said, we like this percentage, and this percentage, I'd feel really good about that. Our state's different than those other states, and I'm really struggling with the right thing to do. If we're going to take a vote on what we think it is, I I don't know. I don't know what it ought to be. And while I'm here, could you help me? We keep talking about adequacy and equity funding. I understand adequacy. I'm not sure I understand equity. I think in the last meeting, Assemblyman Mosca brought up the concept of an adequacy and adequate and optimal funding like they did with higher ed, but I don't know if there was intended to be some distinction there. I just don't know what equity means.
I think we'll have that discussion when we get to that agenda item, Mr. Christensen. And certainly it makes a point. What is equity being applied to? Are we talking about diversity-related issues? Are we talking about equity between institutions? So I think some clarity to that will need to be made. Yes, Ms. Fretwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Betsy Fretwell. We may have discussed this and I may not remember it, but when we look at this chart and we do comparisons by the state, do we also know that any of the details about the performance criteria after these formulas were changed? Meaning, did their graduation rates improve? Did their ongoing to college rates improve? Did career attainment improve? When you're benchmarking, you're usually benchmarking against that. And I think you all have identified these as best practices. So it may be a little bit preliminary information, but if HCM could take a moment and say why these are best practices and if we know what those outcomes were or deliverables were by these funding formula changes, that might help address Mr. Christensen's question, because at the end of the day, those are many of the outcomes we were all striving to achieve, right? By having this system in place. So I don't mean to put you guys on the spot, but I think it would be helpful for us to know why they're best practices and to what end. Because that might actually help us figure out which ones are the ones that are most reflective of where we want to go in Nevada as a part of this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other commission members that have any questions based on the chair's questions? I just want to, Chancellor?
For the record, Patty Charlton, I just wanted to add to the point of one of the areas that we had talked about earlier. So I know that as we're looking at these different proportions, I want to bring back to the committee that one of the recommendations that we've talked about is that we don't lock this in place permanently. And I think you had made that point, but that rather, as a part of our report, is that this will be an ongoing process that includes making adjustments and not waiting 10 years to do that. And so perhaps it's every 2 years or every 4 years, we have that opportunity to revisit. And so I just wanted to add that I don't want us to lose sight that that's something that we've already discussed as a committee, that we will continue to look at this. And maybe it's every other biennium, but at least giving it an opportunity to at least be functional, but to not lock it in place and to bring that back. And I appreciate all the work that also the business officers have done, and they've been really rolling their sleeves up with Vice Chancellor Vitone as well as HCM.
So I think as we go forward, Mr. Christensen, we will get some input from Mr. Vitone on the business officers and president's point of view about some of this. And I think the chancellor and I are saying the same thing. I'm looking at the formula as kind of I call it temporary, but short-term and subject to review. Subject to review. And I think it is an ongoing process. I would also like to address Ms. Fritwell's comment about outcomes, because in the same area where equity is potentially ambiguous, so is outcomes. The thing that I've struggled with is understanding what are the state's goals and objectives for the outcomes we're trying to achieve. Has that been defined? Where was it? Who did it? And under what circumstances? And so when we talk about a study, and I think this is critical to the process going forward about adequacy, I'll just call that adequacy for now. but it's really intended to inform how you adjust these percentages, and by understanding what the outcomes are that the state seeks to achieve. And I think that's part of those studies.
Glenn Christensen for the record. I couldn't agree with you more. And I would have thought that maybe the state and NSHE, who have come up with their own goals and objectives, we've read about that in the materials, didn't come to us and say, okay, these are the things we really want to accomplish. And then how do we use the funding formula to accomplish those things, to make sure they get done and incent them to get them done? That's not the way that we've necessarily approached this.
Right. And I do think that in fairness, the focus was initially on, well, is the current formula operating? Let's update it. And as you begin to work through that, you realize, especially when you shift away from the performance pool, I don't know how the rest of the committee members feel, but the one aspect of the existing formula that it seems to be universally rejected by almost every input we get is the performance pool. Well, okay, so now we look at outcomes, which I think makes sense, but in those outcomes, we need guidance from the educators and the professionals themselves, as well as the legislators and others who make policy decisions in order to inform what the formula needs to look like and whether the formula is producing the outcomes, to Ms. Fretwell's very point. So Nate, we invite you to participate in this conversation. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Brooks. Excuse me, Nate, just a second.
Thank you, Chair Regent Brooks. For the record, I just wanted to at least participate in some of the conversation pertaining to best practices and what may or may not be opinions of various presidents at universities. I think what you may find is that based on the size of the institution and the effect that a funding formula would have on that institution, you would have varying answers for what may be the best practice approach. It's difficult when we take a look at higher education, not only under the current funding formula, but under the current budgets that are being set to support financially higher education throughout the state of Nevada. And so there's certainly lots of considerations when we take a look at what are the best ways of implementing policy to make sure that our institutions are successful, which means that our students are having the best experience they can have on a campus, and they're receiving an award, as they go through their studies. There's really not a one-size-fits-all, but it seems that is sometimes an approach in taking a look at how to implement a piece of policy, because the institutions are looking at what they would consider fairness or equitable to them. And so that one institution wouldn't be benefiting too greatly or under another institution. And so it does get a little bit complex. And I hope that just at least, these comments add to the conversation of, what does this look like in terms of best practice and where do we go? And it seems to me like this committee has gone to the consulting group to seek what are some of the best ways that we can move higher education forward in the state of Nevada. And we've sat here for, less than an hour, and already my concern, Chair, is that we're starting to talk about additional studies. And while I think that there could be some ways of implementing some of the recommendations that are being brought forward today, there is certainly the value in monitoring what that looks like over a length of time, so that there is action to what we're doing, but at the same time, monitoring and assessing as we move along so that changes are being made. Because the way things sit right now, there is a more effective way to get things done, which I think is why we're here. And so thank you for the latitude and time for the comments, Chair. I appreciate it.
Oh, of course. I think the concern I have is that in making decisions about the formula, you can see some very drastic impacts on some institutions versus other institutions. So if one adopts a formula intended to be short-term, over a longer period of time, it could have really drastic outcomes. negative outcomes for some and maybe not fully beneficial to those who would receive more. So I think this is my concern. I think we have to take that into consideration. Nate?
Thank you. This is Nate Johnson for the record. And your question, Chair, about wanting findings and data, I think is exactly the right one. And unfortunately, it's one that's often not addressed in the context of state support for institutions. My experience has been that with financial aid, which is about 15% of state investment, there are all kinds of studies, and we can give you really good data about if you invest another $1,000 per student or $1 million in a state, you're likely to get this many more degrees or this many more enrollments. But for the 85% of funding that goes to institutions, there's a lot less research about what leads to particular outcomes for students or for institutions. So there is some, and we do know in general that more funding for institutions, at least up to a certain point, does tend to produce more affordability for students, more graduates, more enrollments. There's a point at which that tapers off, and we don't know exactly what that is, but there's no Princeton in Nevada, so none of the institutions is so generously funded that additional support wouldn't probably give them the resources to have better outcomes. So one reason for the balanced approach, and again, 40-40-20 may not be the right numbers. We wanted a starting point that would be a significant enough departure from current practice to make this exercise worthwhile. But we also didn't think that, regardless of which numbers you choose, up or down from those, we don't think there's any risk of any institution ending up overfunded out of this process. What we were going for with the balanced approach wasn't geared so much toward outcomes as to our understanding of some of the pain points in the state in terms of what the business models of the institutions were and where the pain points are. So if you think about what the different ways you can serve students or work as an institution might be and how the funding sources relate to those, you could have an institution that focuses on high-cost programs that the state needs or the institution wants to serve, and you need weighted student credit hours for that because some programs, cost much more than others. So small number of students in very expensive programs. That's one thing you can do. You might have more broad-based programs that serve a lot of full-time students, and then you just need credit hour funding, FTE funding, and that could come through either state funding or tuition, which is essentially FTE funding of another sort. You could have another institution that serves a lot of part-time students. And for them, maybe the weighted student credit hours or the credit hours aren't going to do them that much good for the volume of students they have because a lot of their costs are associated with maintaining, 50,000 email addresses for students taking, 3 credits each or something like that, advising all those students. You could have yet another institution that wants to focus on transfer or graduating students, and they say, well, we're gonna bring students in who've had most of their credits somewhere else, and we're gonna try to get them the last, 30 credits they need to get a degree. And for them, the outcomes funding is gonna be the part that makes that kind of a business sustainable. So we're really thinking of this as not so much what are the outcomes, but what kinds of funding sources and levers do you need so that institutions pursuing their mission in different ways can do that in a financially sustainable way. And again, 40-40-20 may not be the right numbers, but based on what we heard from the very different kinds of institutions in the state and the other people that we talked to, we thought that this was a point that would produce some movement in a direction where there seemed to be some gaps in that base and what institutions might need to pursue their missions without deviating too far from the state's current practice and the funding levers that are already, institutions are already relying on.
So let me direct you to the next slide that raised this issue for me, and particularly as it relates to the selection of the percentage applied to outcomes in Nevada. At the next slide, Texas, for two-year institutions, looks like roughly 90% appears to be dedicated to outcomes. Oregon, for 2 years, looks like it's less than 10% dedicated to outcomes. Now, they're both, I assume, community colleges, but vastly different. So what are the outcomes that the two states are trying to achieve and fund to? That just, we haven't defined that here, at least as near as I can tell. Then when you look at the 4 years, in Oregon, for example, which I thought was an interesting approach, outcomes represent a pretty substantial percentage there. Well, what are the outcomes and how did that state go about defining those outcomes so they could fund to that? Here, what I'm concerned about, just from pure math, is the more you weight outcomes in our state, which are undefined, the more you deplete the resources for an underfunded institutions in other areas. And we're doing that at the expense of undefined outcomes. That's my concern. So I raise this debate not to be critical of anybody, just that the reality is what you just said. Nobody's going to walk out of here with more money than they had when they walked in. But at the end of the day, what could actually occur is we make a selection. Everybody wants outcomes, and I fully support what we should fund to outcomes. But if they're not defined, then I'm not sure how we set that. And it looks like in two states and in separate types of institutions, they did it differently. And I don't understand the underlying rationale for those decisions to have been made. That's one area. The second area that concerns me is whether it appears we should be looking at formulas that apply to community colleges differently than the formula that applies to universities. I don't know. I'm not sure that I fully understand what is the best approach there either. Do you have any comment on that, Nate or Ms. Snyder?
Well, I do, and then I'll turn it over to Martha. I think in terms of having separate formulas, at least, Nevada is a sufficiently small state with a small number of institutions that having multiple formulas is a lot of formula for a small number of institutions.
Mhm.
And while the institutions are quite different in their missions, the place at which they overlap really is on the delivery of instruction and advising to students.
Mhm.
And then for some of the other things where their missions are different, like graduate education, research, there are other sources of funding such as tuition, sponsored research, clinical revenues for patients, things like that, that are not coming from the state that are supporting those differences in the mission. So the state's investment exists in an area where you can choose to fund those things if you want, but you can also choose to focus on the overlapping areas of the 7 institutions mission with the state investment and then rely more on the other sources of funding for the differential parts of the missions. Martha, do you want to address the other part of the question?
I mean, I think in terms of just the outcomes that you're trying to achieve, I think I understand what you're saying in terms of you feel like it's not defined. I will say when I walked in, I noticed the little banner at the front door that articulates some very clear strategic priorities of success, of access, success, workforce alignment. Sorry, I don't have them all memorized. It was a quick glance. But I do think that that is an orientation point for the state. And I think very similar to the goals and objectives that are articulated in these states that are listed here. All of these states have very clear strategic goals or similar strategic goals of providing access to students, and particularly those students that are underserved. When you look at the funding model, that is reflected in the change to enrollment adjusted for student characteristics. These states have goals around supporting outcomes, and that is degree completion most clearly. And again, with an articulated goal of closing gaps in who achieves those outcomes, and that is reflected in the outcomes portion of the funding formula with adjustments for student characteristics. And then there are goals around high demand, high field things, which are oftentimes reflected in the instructional costs and the differentiated instructional costs provided to different programs. And again, that is reflected in the weighted student credit hours aspect of the funding model. So I don't know if that's a sufficient answer. I know the state does not have a big goal. It does not currently have a unified strategic plan necessarily. But I think those goals that are reflected at the front door of the NSHE office are also reflected in the funding formula that is being put forward.
Okay.
If I, Chair Hardesty, if I may, Will Carroll for the record. I think also in some of our past presentations, we've reflected on the outcome metrics that are part of the performance pool right now, and noted that they sort of align with best practice in terms of a strong emphasis on completions, completions by underserved populations, and some of those progression metrics to recognize progress towards completion. So I think, our assessment was that the metrics that are currently used for the performance pool are strong metrics and a strong package to be used when designed in a separate way, as the balanced framework would do so. So just wanted to reiterate that point.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Peter Reed. I have a question, if it's okay.
Yes, of course.
Hi, this is Peter Reed, and I just want to say that I appreciate the responsiveness of this proposed model to the general consensus across the committee that we eliminate the performance pool. And my question is, if you can just describe kind of the operational difference between the performance pool and the use of the outcomes component in the base model, A, and then B, just give some thought to whether or not it would be possible to include the outcomes component on top of the base funding as a true incentive, and then dedicate the base funding really to the weighted student credit hours and the student characteristics. Thank you.
Sure. Will Carroll for the record. So the sort of structural difference between the performance pool as is currently in the proposed outcomes-based funding really is intended, the recommendation is intended to address some of the concerns about the fact that, one, institutions find it difficult for budgeting purposes, and also sort of a little bit of just a, challenge to have this need to earn dollars twice, right? The earn back. But it also was very clearly not an incentive to increase outcomes above a certain point. Once you hit the target, you get the same amount of funding no matter how high above that target you go. The outcome-based funding as a separate component of the funding formula using the relative growth model would change that dynamic. It then measures how well your institution improves over its own baseline relative to other institutions. And so that creates that incentive to continue to knock it out of the park as far as you can in order to get those additional dollars. I think that, there are some concerns about stability of that, and some of our analysis last time indicated that weighted student credit hours and enrollment are somewhat nearly as unpredictable in 1 year as outcomes are. And so I think across the different components here, there's not a lot of variation in terms of which ones are most difficult to budget for. Am I missing a part of your question as well?
Adding it on top of.
Adding it on top, thank you.
Well,
So-
the
Right.
add-on.
Yes. So it's generally our professional recommendation not to have performance funding be something that is only funded with new money. There are years in which no new money is available, and as the Chancellor indicated, with all the enhancement requests in the future, that there's not likely to be new funding, or at least for an outcomes-based portion, and to maintain the incentives for institutions to focus on student success in every year, regardless of funding levels. It's important to bake outcome-based funding into the sort of main components of the formula.
Thank you. Do you want to continue, Ms. Snyder, or were there any other questions or comments from committee members?
Thank you. We already looked at the other slide. This one just shows, again, for context for this part of the discussion, the mix of core expenditures across the country for public institutions, which are the kinds of things in the bracket there that are typically funded out of tuition and state and local funding. So you have instruction, and all of these things have some component that could be related to weighted student credit hours or unweighted credit hours or headcount. But instruction would tend to be more on the weighted student credit hours or student credit hours side, whether that's paid for out of state funds or tuition. Student services would be more things like advising and would probably be more headcount related. Students would be entitled to access the services regardless of whether they're part or full-time. Academic support, things like libraries would have a mix of both. That would also include technology and different kinds of subscriptions and licenses. Some are structured with headcount, some with FTE. I'm not sure if I'm sure they don't use Nevada's version of weighted FTE, but they have different ways of quantifying the size of the institution for a license. Institutional support is things like the president's salary, general counsel, institutional research, and that is related to all of the different other cost drivers at the institution. Some of that could be paid out of research, indirect costs for institutions that have that, but mostly that is also going to be paid for out of either tuition or state and local funding. So just a sense of the things that we're thinking about paying for with these different drivers in the formula. Next one.
So, are there any questions? Will Carroll for the record. And yeah, I mean, I think this chart, this is national data, maybe is one of the best anchors that we have in terms of thinking about the 40-40-20 split, in terms of that instruction versus those other costs that are bracketed there. It's almost a 50-50 balance. So that was a little bit of, I think, some of the basis for the 40-40 having equal weights going into our recommendation. But again, as Martha noted, current spending is also not necessarily the right spending levels. And so some of the decision about the 40-40-20 is a response to what you've seen with your current funding formula as structured. And there was a clear emphasis on needing more sort of funding for the students as they're enrolled before they complete their courses, providing the different services based on their varying needs. So I'm going to take time now to kind of walk through each of the different components that the work session will delve into, just as a little bit of, again, as Crystal said, a regrounding in what it is that you're all going to discuss today. So we'll start with the small institution factor, and we'll be looking at proposals to increase the amount of the SIF factor as well as the threshold. And we'll touch on each of these as sort of what this proposal is addressing based on stakeholder input. And we heard loud and clear from folks that SIF has not kept up with inflation over time, that $30 per weighted student credit hour is what it was 10 years ago or 13 years ago, and that small and rural colleges face higher costs due to their small size, which is a deliberate strategy that they use as well. So. On student-based funding, this would add a component to the formula, allocating funding based on headcount and FTE. That would be an even split between headcount and FTE. And there would be weights for students who are underrepresented minorities and Pell students. This was developed in response to the need to reflect costs associated with students needing additional supports and part-time students, and also a notion that the weighted student credit hour funding just for course completions does not provide funding for students who enroll but drop out, and that there are still plenty of costs that come along with some of those students as well. So one thing I want to spend
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Combs.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, I know it's a regrounding, but could you help refresh my memory? What was the basis for the 50% head count and the 50% credit hour, and what's the difference between the two of them? I mean, what are we trying to address with each of them individually that couldn't be addressed with just using one of them, as opposed to overcomplicating this?
Sure. Very fair question, and I think it speaks a little bit to the back button does not go as fast. There we go. Somewhat trying to match this. It's catching up in Reno still. There we go. It's trying a little bit to find the right balance in terms of what are the cost drivers and the necessary supports to provide for students of different enrollment intensities. As Nate walked through, some of these different institutional, academic, and student service costs are based on just a student regardless of how often they enroll or how intensively they enroll in courses. And some of them are a little bit more scaled based on full-time student versus part-time. So it's a little bit like the 40-40-20, where we're starting with a placeholder for you all to discuss the pros and cons of. But that, it is really the FTE trying to get at those costs that are sort of linear costs and marginal costs versus the sort of fixed cost of every student that you need to provide, whether they are part-time or full-time. So the student-based funding also includes weights for Pell and underrepresented minority enrollment. And in the proposal under consideration in the work session document, Pell student receives a weight of 1, underrepresented minority students receive a weight of 1. So a low-income underrepresented minority student would count as 3 in the formula. Those numbers are also sort of up for discussion about what is the right weight to assign. There's not great empirical evidence at this point to pinpoint exact weights for these students. We can look at other state funding formulas, and we can also look at a little bit of research that has been done to this point. So the first maybe reference point is this quote from a study of funding formulas, finding that outcomes-based funding, or PBF, performance-based funding, suggests that the equity provisions, such as these types of weights, can help reduce declines in the enrollment of minoritized students, which can sometimes occur with an OBF formula. But there's evidence that these provisions may not be large enough to counteract some of the incentives that an outcomes-based funding formula can put in place. So I think a lot of states have similar weights to what Nevada has right now, with about 0.4 in its completion weights for Pell and underrepresented minority students. This research is making a case that that sort of size is not large enough in order to make sure that institutions have the right incentives to enroll and focus their efforts in completing these students. I think another sort of reference point is this study one rigorous study that has been done was on Texas community colleges. Researchers estimated the cost of producing a successful outcome for a variety of different student characteristics. And you can see in this table here that the base cost to produce a completion, for example, was $4,500 for a student with no other characteristics. But that for an English learner, it was 1.2 times that cost, all the way up to an adult student, where it was 2.6 times the cost to produce a successful outcome. They did not look at underrepresented minority students here. They did look at low income, which was 1.3 times the cost to produce the successful outcome. So again, sort of at least one reference point for helping guide these decisions, but this is also Texas specific, or using Texas data. So moving on to the enrollment, the course weights, the committee will consider changes to the calculation of the weighted student credit hour. There are options for both a 3-year average or for a 3-year average. There's also options for using a weighted 3-year average that would weight the most recent year more heavily, or the higher of an institution's prior year enrollment or weighted student credit hours, or the 3-year average, whichever is higher for that institution. And this addresses the input that the current counting, every other year counting of weighted student credit hour creates a lag time and does not sort of smooth out can lead to some bumps in in the account over time. Finally, on relative growth, the outcomes-based funding, the proposal is to eliminate the performance pool, creating this separate 20% of the total funding being allocated for outcomes through a relative growth model, which measures institutions' performance improvement over their own baseline performance. We've heard time and time again, performance pool should be eliminated. So this does achieve that. It no longer would require institutions to earn back the money they've already earned through weighted student credit hour. And it does create a little bit more of an incentive to continue to improve outcomes over beyond a target level. Finally, I want to touch on implementation and sort of phase in, and we've talked a little bit about this, but I want to get a little bit more specific about what some of those options are, as this will be another topic you consider in the work session. So, moving to a new funding formula is certainly in a revenue neutral environment creates shifts in funding. There are winners and losers, but that impact can be managed. We certainly recommend a phase-in towards a new formula using any one of these tools on the right to reduce the volatility. And the numbers that you see in the work session document and that you'll see on the dynamic model that we bring up are not the ones that institutions would experience in any given year, presuming you implement some of these phase-in mechanisms, right? So I think it's important when we're looking at the tables to keep that in mind. Things like, and also, I mean, ideally, funding will increase for institutions. The legislature in Nevada has provided strong increases over the past decade to NSHE, not as much as is perhaps necessary, but the more new funding comes into the system, it will also help mitigate some of the impact of that change. So stop loss or stop gain is one example here. You can put into place a policy where institutions can lose no more than X% of their allocation compared to last year. You can say that they will receive no less than they did in FY25, for example, or no less than 95% of what they received in FY25. Or you can just phase in once you've settled on the right sort of breakdown of that three components, the 40-40-20. You can slowly move towards that from the current distribution so that it phases in over time. I just want to be clear that these can be done in a cost-neutral way as well. You certainly can have enhancement requests that pay for the hold harmlesses, but you can also run the formula in a way that runs the formula, finds the institutions that would benefit from a stop loss. Say there's a UNR in the current proposal has a 10% cut. That would be set to 3%, right? Say it's a 3% stop loss. And then you sort of redistribute funding to the other institutions proportionally to backfill UNR to make sure that they get that stop loss. So it can be done in a revenue neutral way. Same with the hold harmless. It just sort of redistributes some of the funding from other institutions in order to enact that hold harmless or stop loss. So, I think that is it. In the deck that we provided, we also had some of the examples of the spending categories in the graph that Nate showed in terms of institutional spending, but I don't think that's more of a reference than anything we need to dig into right now. So with that, we'll take any questions or hand it over to Crystal and Heidi.
Any questions for the HCM folks? Yes, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Hardesty. I found it difficult on the material that we got that showed just the percentages and there was no figures. The very first one, there was a figure showing, but all the way through. So if I go reading through that, this one's minus 10%, this gets up 6%. When there's no dollars attached to that, I can't even calculate. What does it mean? So I really struggled with that, and I don't know why we didn't get real figures.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to respond to that?
Yes,
For the
please.
record, Crystal Abba, so there will be real numbers in the model when it's projected. I think part of the challenge is none of these numbers are real, period. I mean, we can use as an example a prior fiscal years, but going into the next biennium, it's a different size pie. So I think to your point on the numbers, it does give you a degree of magnitude, but the truer degree of magnitude in terms of a mathematical perspective really is the percents. But when we get to that point in the work session, everything will be projected and you'll be able to see those dollar values. So you're going to see that.
So Crystal, we're going to see that today?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That'll be a lot
helpful.
Very helpful, yeah.
Wherever you are.
Any other questions for HCM before I was going to take a short break. All right. Let's
Mr. Chair, I do have one quick.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Peter Reed. I do have one quick question for HCM. I'm just curious. We had discussed, you, Mr. Chair, had offered the possibility that there could be kind of an interim solution leading into a longer term solution. And in a recent slide, there was discussion of phasing in the 40-40-20 to be able to reduce the impact of that. And if we're still having discussion about, what the right mix of that is, 40-40-20 or some other distribution, and also if it's an interim approach, I just question the sense in phasing it in. So I just want to hear some thoughts from HCM on that point.
Will Carroll for the record, and invite my colleagues to follow up. But I think it'd be important for the committee and the Board of Regents to enact a funding formula, sort of assuming no further action, just from the standpoint of if nothing does occur in 4-6 years, that the funding formula can continue to work on its own. The funding formula should not be designed in a way that it sort of creates a crisis in 4 years or 6 years or something. If a secondary formula does not come along, I think would be our recommendation. I don't know if I put that particularly well, but.
Chancellor.
For the record, Patty Charlton, and just to follow up on that point again, I want to go back to the fact, I'm not a fan of an interim formula, but rather a continued review and consideration and evaluation. I guess I would kind of look to you, Dr. Reed, even as you're a professor and you teach and then you do assessment and then you make adjustments to that. So I would still add that we've had that conversation. I strongly support an ongoing review of whatever formula comes out of this, but that we do that on a regular and systematic basis to ensure that we are meeting the needs of the institutions. That's just my opinion.
Just a quick response to that, Martha Snyder. I mean, that's absolutely best practice. It is not a 10-year long process. It's every 3 to 5 years is standard practice that the formula is being reviewed. Obviously, any unintended consequences or unintended impacts are addressed more immediately, but there is a standard 3 to 5 year review process of the funding formula to address and continue to progression. That's good policy making. Period. Is adopt, implement, review, revise.
Yeah, thank you. This is Peter again. I appreciate those responses. And I guess the heart of my question is more about that if there's a recommendation to phase in to get to the 40-40-20, that presupposes that the 40-40-20 split is the model that we're going to be moving towards. And I think we need to kind of reserve that until the committee has the opportunity to really determine what that split is going to be. Thank you.
Okay, then we'll take a break. It is currently 11:10, so let's return at 11:20, if that's okay. All right. Okay, let me call the meeting to order. And are the committee members in Reno back? I can't see them in the screen yet. Mr. Combs? Oh, there you are. Okay. Okay. There you go. I would have called the meeting to order sooner, but I lost track of where our where our staff was. They moved seats. So, yeah, I know. But you have to be flexible working with these two, that's for sure. So Ms. Abba, thank you very much. If you would please proceed with our work session agenda item number 5.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, for the record, Crystal Abba, committee staff, and with me is Heidi Hartz. As I indicated at the beginning of the meeting, in front of you is a work session document that was included with the reference material for this agenda item. And I'd like to take just a brief moment to explain to the committee how the work session document will be used in terms of crafting the final report. And in doing so, I have to take us back to the committee's original charge and how the work of this committee differs from prior formula studies. Historically, the funding formula has always been considered a legislative formula because it was adopted by the legislature through an interim study committee. And typically, the protocol followed by the Legislative Counsel Bureau in any type of interim study is at the end of that study, they issue a bulletin. And that bulletin is, I'm going to use the word benign for lack of a better term, but it is a benign representation of the work of the committee and the recommendations adopted by the committee. If you look at the bulletin from the previous funding formula study, it essentially had like a grid. And in that grid, it said, okay, here's all the meetings. And at each meeting, this is what was discussed. And it literally hyperlinks back to some of those discussions in terms of whether there was a slide presentation or a document or something of that nature. So that representation of the committee's work is intended to be a summary only. It is not intended to be an advocacy tool or anything of that nature other than very specifically representing what ground did the committee cover in terms of the collection of data and information and how it culled through that information. We are following a protocol that the legislature typically uses in terms of the use of this work session document. So in the work session document, we provide background history on each item. We may provide a cost analysis or something of that nature. And as I said, we're going to get to the real numbers as we go through this. But the bold language, that's what you're voting on. So the bold language says, urge the chancellor to do this because it's the chancellor's committee and you are advising her by urging her to do something. That language, if you make a motion to adopt the recommendation as written in 1A, 5A, whatever item you're on, or if you want to make a revision to that language, you can say we move to adopt 1A with this revision, and then you note that revision because in the final report, we represent that exactly as you have adopted it. So it takes all of the interpretation and subjectivity out of it from a staff standpoint, which is essentially, again, the protocol that is followed by the state legislature. So under normal circumstances, those reports don't go back to the committee because it is considered a benign process. And I provide that information to you at this point in the conversation so that as the committee goes through the work session document, you understand that the language that's in the bold-faced font, it's very important that if you want to tweak a word, tell us what word you want to tweak, because all of that would then get represented in the report in that manner. And so with that, I think we can begin, Mr. Chairman. As I indicated before, there has been a lot that has happened between today and May 30th, including several conversations, several meetings with the consultants and the business officers. And so with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask CFO Vuitton to provide a summary of the input that he received from the business officers. And as you know, throughout this process, I think that the chairman deserves a fair amount of credit in that he made very clear from the beginning of this process that the institution's input would be important. And as such, you had several opportunities to hear from the presidents. You also got written recommendations from the presidents. We assume that the business officers are talking to their presidents and back and forth. And so as those recommendations came through, there is an assumption that the business officers were going through this process with us. But independently, following the May 30th meeting, CFO Vuitton and HCM met with the business officers to review the model and to discuss many of the issues that you've discussed today. So, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, I would like Mr. Vuitton to indicate that information for the record.
So yes, I would, but I would like to begin with this because I don't want to assume something. Members of the regents who are here, the legislators who are here probably know this, but others of us may not, and that is, who are the business officers? Who do they report to, and what is their role? And I would appreciate it, Mr. Vuitton, if you'd make a record of that, please.
Sure. So Chris Fatone, NSHE CFO for the record. The business officers are the CFO of each institution. So for the teaching institutions, it's the CFOs for those institutions, and they report to their campus presidents. We do meet on a regular basis. As the system CFO, we have a business officers council. And so we have regular recurring meetings. We actually meet twice a month. Before the quarterly meetings, we meet in person at each meeting, at each of the quarterly meetings, and spend about half a day together there. As Crystal mentioned, since the May meeting, we took the opportunity using several of those regular recurring meetings to talk about the HCM recommendations at some length in a couple of the meetings, and we dedicated one meeting specifically to meeting entirely to meeting with the HCM consultants, and we appreciated the opportunity to have them join us there and have the business officer be able to engage directly with them, having had the opportunity to review the calculations and the spreadsheets that they prepared. And that meeting with HCM, did provide some follow-up that I think improved the spreadsheet that HCM is using today for your consideration.
So if I could, committee, I asked that the business officers be part of the number crunching process, and that's what Chris is relaying to you. Is their reaction and interaction and suggestions as a result of that process. And Chris, thanks for being involved. I'm going to have to ask you again, sir, to speak up.
Sure.
And speak louder so that Reno can hear you also.
We'll do. It wouldn't be a meeting without.
Until you get to the part where you say, well, we're going to ignore the business officers and do what we want to. But no, if you would, thank you. And I know this, I just want the committee to have a sense of the process. There've been a lot of number crunching and a lot of exchanges, and their input has been shared with Chris to filter through to us. It was a lot more efficient to do that than have 7 business officers standing up here and giving you their input. So if you would, Chris.
Yeah, so if okay, just to summarize their feedback for you, the business officers do support and acknowledge the importance of incorporating the elements of headcount, FTE, and accountability or outcomes-based funding in the funding formula. However, in regard to the percentage allocations, as you've heard some discussion earlier today, they too would like to see the allocations of the weighted student credit hours, headcount, FTE, based on they'd like to be able to connect that to data-driven rationale. And in light of that concern, the business officers do strongly support the recommendation for the Chancellor's Office to pursue an adequacy and equity study so that the allocation methodology that may be advanced by the committee today has an opportunity to be validated by that work. And again, as also incorporated in your recommendations today, the idea that there is a structured ongoing opportunity to review the formula on a more periodic basis than has been the case in the past, having the opportunity to have that work incorporated in that process as well. The business officers do support the recommendation for the chancellors to consult with the presidents to determine the phase-in approach, and they appreciate that as part of the process as well, understanding that changes would occur as a result of revision to the formula. So having an opportunity to help address how to transition and move that forward. And then regarding the outcomes-based funding, I think their feedback, they appreciate the difference between the performance pool as it exists today and the outcomes-based, the relative growth model as proposed by the consultants. One concern that remains for them in that regard is just the performance metrics still being tied very closely to enrollment. So they would like the opportunity to have further discussion on those, but they do understand that that is easily incorporated in the process as part of the ongoing review of the formulas contemplated by the recommendation to make that a formal recommendation as well. And so that would conclude the feedback.
So on to the last, as to the last point, rather than reinventing the wheel at this point, did you discuss with them using the existing matrix that formed the basis for the performance pool, but rather than using it there, we apply it to the outcome?
Yeah, actually, that was exactly the conversation, was understanding that there is interest in revisiting it. I think it's helpful to maintain the current metrics for the implementation because we're familiar with them already, because we're collecting them already, but having the opportunity to revisit it as part of the ongoing process.
And just so for the record, again, we know that all of the institutions, by and large, for the last decade have been meeting these metrics. So we've got something to work with going forward, and there's stability in that decision-making process, it seems to me. Do you agree?
Yes, and again, the difference between the current approach and proposed approach, transitioning from having a target to having relative performance, I think that addresses some of the concerns. So using the existing metrics allows the familiarity of those metrics and the efforts that are already in place to track them and work toward them, while converting from a target-driven performance objective to a relative growth performance, basically competing over your own prior performance.
Chancellor?
Certainly, for the record, Patty Charlton, I think that's a wonderful recommendation from the business officers. Would envision that would also be work that we could do with the institutional research officers, business officers, and then also provide that through and for approval with the presidents and approval or recommendation, and then to the board as well.
As well, I think there was some concerns when we talked about the outcome measurement, that it would create competition between the institutions. By using existing metrics, it seems to reduce the risk of that. Would you agree?
I think from the standpoint that you're using the existing metrics and folks are familiar with them and they can more easily understand how the transition would impact the campuses, I think it's very helpful in that regard. The relative growth approach is having the campuses compete for the performance allocations,
Right.
but it's relative. So it's not, unlike the current environment where if an institution is experiencing declining enrollment, it automatically transitions into risk in their performance funding. In the relative growth model, that is not the same scenario, because it's not directly, the performance measurements being relative allow for declines to still result in performance allocations, and it's because it's relative. So you don't know the outcome. So I don't know that it eliminates competition. It does, competition would still be an element, but I think it's softened, or at least it has less of an
Mitigates
impact.
that. Mhm. One other question, Chris, we're not there yet, but I wanted to get their input on the 3-year average versus 2-year average. That's an agenda item. We're going to talk about that. Did you get their feedback on their preference or calculations using the 3-year?
We did discuss that, and I don't have, I don't know that we reached I don't know that we formalized a recommendation on the averaging. You know, I know that some are in attendance, and we could invite their thoughts on it. You know, I think that you know, as HCM presents them today, you can see that just like any other element of the formula, how you think it may work can not always be how it does work, depending on how the results come out across all the institutions. So even in the scenario where you're using the higher of the 3-year average or the year-over-year count, that won't necessarily automatically result in all campuses' allocations acting the same way when you run it through the formula. Because at the end of the day, all of these methods do still use the proportional distribution of those numbers among the campuses that are changing each cycle every time you measure them. So there isn't a way to choose one of them and have it result in all campuses always having growth in their allocation at the same rate. You know, it's always there's always some risk that one of these will result in up and down as it gets worked through the formula. I do think. I'll stop there.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
No.
I appreciated the option coming forward to include the 3-year average or the higher of, because I do think that helped address the concern or the difference between the 3-year average, which necessarily smooths the outcome of the calculation, but it has a negative impact on the campuses that may be having growing enrollment.
Right.
And that would be an unintended consequence, I think, of that discussion. I don't think folks introduced the discussion of averaging thinking that it would result in a decline in their allocation. It was more focused on the softening for
Right.
campuses that experience a decline. And so I do think that among those options, the higher of, I think, seems to address more concerns.
Higher of the 3 as opposed to the.
Higher of the current count or the 3-year average, I think is the way it's proposed there.
So if there are business officers here, maybe you can huddle up during the break and get more specific direction from them if they're in a position to comment about that, or presidents who may attend. Okay, any questions based on the chair's questions? Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Hardesty. And I just think this is a really important ingredient here, because we've said before, there's a lot of states where the enrollments are declining. Prior to COVID, we were going gangbusters. We were really, our enrollments were going up. We dipped, of course, during COVID, but we're back on the way back up. And we've said before, Nevada's a state that is growing. People are coming here. I know that demographic cliff's coming, but we have so many untapped students and such a great need for skills above a high school diploma that I don't see us having those problems. So to me, we cannot penalize our institutions that are growing because they're all growing. Thank you.
I did get, I don't know if we circulated this enrollment schedule. Yeah. So, I mean, you get it. For the record, what I'm talking about is our staff provided head count, student, and weight credit hour enrollment numbers that stretch from 2013 to the present. So it shows those trends. But to the uninitiated, you're not really entirely clear what this means or how it translates. So I really wanted to get the business officer's assessment of the 3-year weighting or highest of the 3 preference. Mr. Christensen.
Yeah, Glenn Christensen for the record. How do the business officers see the relative growth piece of the balanced approach as more stable than what currently exists, even though they generally hit their targets?
Chris Fatone, I think the answer to that is yes, it's more stable, primarily because it's determined as part of the allocation formula up front. So one of the concerns with the current approach is that the campus's allocations are determined and then their performance funding is carved out, and they don't know with certainty, even though for the most part they've achieved their targets, that it is subject to them achieving the targets. So in this case, they would understand what their campus allocation is when the budgets are determined as part of the initial calculation of the allocations. It's not a delayed adjustment to their budget. It's known at the time.
I would think so. And then secondarily, did the business officers opine on each of the 9 recommendations?
The business officers had a draft of the work session document available to review and discuss. I think I think we covered several of them in their response in terms of some of the things that are that are less around the calculations and more about the continuation and opportunity to be part of the process to ongoing review of the formula. I think most of their time was spent discussing the rationale around the 40-40-20, tossing around different perspectives on that. And I don't think you did not hear a recommendation from them on that because there are different perspectives on it. But they did again support the adequacy and equity work, particularly as they're feeling the best solution to allow for that work to inform the outcome of any recommendation that's adopted today. Understanding that with that adequacy and equity work, the opportunity for the presidents to work with the chancellor on a transition plan and implementation, and the commitment to the ongoing review of the formula, that concern gets addressed that way.
Any other questions for Mr. Fadon? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Regent Brooks for the record. Based on the current funding formula and the conversations that you've had with the business officers, was there a conversation about particular parts of the current funding formula that drives the most competition between the institutions?
I have to say, I don't think we really discussed I don't know that we were really focused on the competition aspect. I think that the campuses clearly understand there's competition. The variables drive that. I mean, to the extent that you're talking about a distribution formula that uses variables to determine the allocation, any variable we choose will result in the competition over those variables. So we did not heavily discuss the current formula. We discussed the proposals that are in the work session for your consideration today.
Thank you. Is it possible that weighted student credit hours drive competition?
I would have to say weighted student credit hours drive competition for enrollment because the allocation is based on credit hours. Credit hours will campuses will want to increase their credit hours. They understand that having more weighted student credit hours would put them in a better position to receive a higher allocation. Again, going back to the unknown, the increasing your own weighted student credit hours doesn't guarantee a direct correlation to an increase in funding in the current model because it remains undetermined what everyone else's weighted student credit hours will be until you complete the measurement point and you have the full new count to see where the campuses fell in terms of their proportions. So I think there was earlier in some of the materials we'd shared, I think what that distributions looked like over time. And so you see that there's some variability from cycle to cycle, but there have not been significant variations in terms of how that's affected the overall distribution proportionally.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just for the record, Regent Brooks, the last follow-up to that is if when we take a look at enrollment, right, and particularly on one of the graphs that we have where it's student and weighted credit hours, wouldn't that would also include dual enrollment? Is that fair to say?
That is correct. Yeah.
And so that the process then of dual enrollment in itself becomes competitive amongst the institutions, I think would be something fair to lay out as well.
As all the credit hours factor into the formula, certainly it's of the campus's interest to have as many credit hours included in the formulas as they can.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that, Chair. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Fadon? All right. So let's move on then to the first recommendation for the committee's consideration. Would you introduce that, Crystal, and then we'll discuss it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, so beginning with recommendation number 1, a funding adequacy and equity study. A couple of things that I want to cover on this, including the question that Member Christensen raised in regards to, is this about equity for students and or institutions? And it's both. So one thing to keep in mind As we crafted this work session document in the original version of this agenda item was listed last. And in many of the conversations, just based on the back and forth between the chairman and the CFO, you can see there is a fair amount of consternation as we move forward, because any change that you make it's going to affect the dollar allocation to institutions, and that always makes people nervous. So part of the reason this is positioned at the beginning of the work session document, and forgive my use of this phrase, but it takes a little bit of the sting out of what you're going to do after this, which is make recommendations that will mean you have to make Sophie's choice. Because all of these items mean there will be winners and losers, because we're cutting up a pie. We're not making a bigger pie, we're cutting up a pie. We spent a lot of time at the beginning of the study talking about how we need a bigger pie. We don't have a bigger pie. We're just cutting up the pie. So what this does is several things. Number one, it gives the Chancellor's office an opportunity to begin immediately the work of, to some extent, validating your recommendations. And you'll notice in the language that you would adopt, and if you may choose to amend it, of course, but it indicates that the study would begin as soon as practical. And I believe that the Chancellor's office is prepared to issue an RFP almost immediately, so before the end of August. In addition, the concept here is that that study would be completed before the funds expire in terms of their use, because remember, all of the work of this committee is funded through a legislative appropriation that was made during the 2023 session and will expire on June 30th, 2025, which again is why this work was all supposed to be done, why we have our hard deadline of August 31st, so that we can make sure that our recommendations are considered by the Chancellor and the board as they move forward with their biennial budget request that will go into the 2025 session. So to the matter of adequacy and equity, if you look, there's a statement here, and I'm just going to read it into the record. Committee members and stakeholders that participated in the study of the NSHE funding formula expressed concern that Nevada's post-secondary institutions are underfunded, resulting in inadequate and sometimes inequitable funding that has not kept pace with the needs of the students or the institutions. So let's talk first about the institutions. You'll recall at the very first meeting, and I actually have the 2022 numbers here, but the committee received information based on data that's compiled by NSHE of what are the educational appropriations per FTE. And from that, the stark difference between appropriations per FTE for the 2-year institutions versus the 4-year institutions. And again, this is FY22 data, but for the 2-year institutions, they are, at that time, about $3,000 below the national average. So that's almost 30%. It was 29.8%, where the 4-year institutions were above the national average by 2.4%. So this issue of the current funding formula is very generous when it comes to the universities in particular. And you will remember, you asked that question at the meeting, why is this? Is this a north-south thing? No, it's not a north-south thing. It's a matter of the mix of programs. And that's because right now, what drives that allocation primarily is the weighted student credit hours. So the purpose of that portion of this is to allow continued study to make sure that your recommendations, as you start to change how you cut the pie, that it makes sense from an equity standpoint. Because what it will mean, and you'll see it throughout this document, is shifting money from the universities to the community colleges in some cases. Now, as for the student piece, you heard a great deal of testimony in terms of, well, first there's this issue where the 2-year institutions, their funding, their educational appropriations per FTE are below the national average. But the challenge that many of our smaller community colleges face in terms of the diversity of their students and the needs of those students, and making sure that there is appropriate funding to ensure that services are appropriate to support those students. And so this goes to that second 40%, that student component. And to your question of, is that the right percent? This will give the Chancellor's office the opportunity to study further that number based on whatever you may recommend under agenda item number 7. But remember, and we'll get into this in more detail as we go through the work session document, part of those, as you pick those percentages, it's a policy lever to tell the institution, this is where we're trying to incentivize you. So it incentivizes the institution to enroll more of those underrepresented and low-income students. So again, what the study does, because we only had 10 months, you're all rushed, And we've done a great deal of work, but ideally, we need more time. We don't have more time. So this allows you to, and I'm not going to say kick the can down the road because that's not what it is, but it allows further validation of the work that the committee has started. Now, one final point before the chairman wishes to take a motion. What this study does not do, you'll notice we did not use the term cost study. You heard in many presentations from HCM, they don't recommend a cost study. There were actually 3 occasions during our meetings where they elaborated on why that is not recommended. This is not intended to be a cost study. It is intended to be an adequacy study to get to the issues that you have raised, which is given what the state goals are, what's the right dollar amount? Where do we want to be? Who do we want to be when we grow up? How much money do we need? And then are we allocating those funds appropriately, knowing that the state always has limited resources? So with that, Mr. Chairman, the recommendation before the committee is articulated specifically in 1A. If you would like to make revisions, please state those clearly on the record. I am happy to take a roll call vote, or you can just do an up and down. It is at your discretion.
Regent Brooks, did you want to make a comment?
I do. Thank you, Regent Brooks. For the record, I was actually going to make a motion to approve recommendation 1A, the funding adequacy and equity study as written.
Would you accept a modification to the wording in the first line?
What would
Would
you
you
like in that,
accept a
Chair?
modification to the wording in the first line?
Sure, Chair. I'm asking, what would that modification be?
Instead of the word urge, I'd use the word recommend. And
Okay.
instead of the word to pursue, I would recommend urge the Chancellor's office to immediately pursue a study funding.
So it was Chair, it was the first word recommend, and what was the other word?
To immediately pursue a study.
I would take that as a friendly amendment, yes. And so to restate the motion, it would be a motion to approve recommendation 1A, the funding adequacy and equity study, with the word recommend the Chancellor's office to immediately pursue as part of the language.
Thank you, Regent. Is there a second? Ms. Moska.
I had Assemblywoman Mossa for the. Sorry, I had actually wanted to add to this. Okay, so I think, for me, I think this has been a great use of time. This is where I think we've all seen we should have probably started here, but if this is what this time has gotten us to this place, then I think it was worth the time. I have had many, many meetings over the past week, and thank you, Chancellor, and everyone who has taken my call or met with me, and I had suggested that we could stop here at this recommendation only, and was really relayed that that's not an option. And so I wanted to put that on the record. And I at least want to add then here somewhere about data analysis systems and collections. So when we look at outcomes, I had asked the question, can we at least look at job placement, for example? Because I know in Nevada that is a goal that folks have. What are we doing when it comes to jobs? And the answer was we cannot measure that. And so I hope somehow in here we add something around data analysis systems and collection, because I think that will help us get to the point of adequacy, equity, and then how are we even measuring those things?
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Yes. I would like to remind the committee that the original charge included governance. And because the way the bill, Assembly Bill 493 is crafted, it says very specifically these funds are appropriated for a funding formula study. So those are the 2 words, funding formula. And from that, we received a legal opinion from the Legislative Counsel Bureau that we could not include the matter of governance. At this point in time, with all due respect to Ms. Moska, it is unclear whether or not that would be permissible to utilize those funds as such. Now, that said, the Chancellor's office can obviously pursue a study of that nature independently from this, understanding the importance of making sure that data systems are adequate. But I think we have to bear in mind the limitations of the appropriation that very specifically uses the term funding formula. And as you indicated, Mr. Chairman, I think we talked about this on the record, that prior to the development of the work session, the system office contacted LCB to say, could we use the funds that are left over for this study as crafted? And the answer was yes.
So let me circle back to to the Assemblywoman's question. I believe 3C covers your question. In terms of data, we have urged, if that recommendation were approved, and it could be edited to include other data points. But my purpose in adding 3C was to address a number of areas where data points are not currently being collected or being collected by all institutions. So would that be acceptable, Assemblywoman?
Yes, Assemblywoman Mossy, for the record, yes, I think as it's put on the record now, the importance of data systems, data collection, and if you feel, Chancellor and Chair, that's included in that, then I think it is.
So I'm going to make a note here that when we get to 3C, I'll give you an opportunity to make a motion if you want to make a motion on that subject. In the meantime, do I take your comments to be a second of Regent Brooks' motion? Okay.
Long second.
Good.
Assemblywoman Mossy, I'll second that motion.
All right. Okay.
Chairman, on the motion.
Yeah, we're, yes, Mr. Combs. And then we'll
Yes.
Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, if the motion is going to include any reference to AB 493 and the deadline for spending the money, I'm going to have to be a no on the motion. I do not think, based on what I'm hearing, this is an appropriate use of the money from the AB 493 appropriation, and I believe there's probably been either a misunderstanding or a miscommunication if anyone thinks that the Legislative Counsel Bureau would wholeheartedly support a spending this money on an adequacy study given the language of the bill.
Yes, Ms. King.
Linda King for the record. The motion does not incorporate any reference to the bill, and the motion also does not reference that any such study, if it were to take place at this time, is being approved with those funds. I believe that, and she would have to go to the LCB and get clarification that funds could be used for that.
Yeah, the motion says when the authorization for expending funds appropriated under Assembly Bill 493 expires, it does not say you'll use those funds. It's simply pegging, it's simply.
So what is the purpose of the reference to the bill then?
We can remove that if the regent is, if it's acceptable to the regent. But I think the way it's worded, it's not drawing on the funds from the bill. It's simply talking about the expiration date. So in any event.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, unless the reference to the bill is because there's a plan to use the money for that purpose, I don't know that the reference is needed. So I'll leave it up to the motion maker and the seconder as to whether or not they want to keep that language in there. I just want to let you know my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Christensen and then Ms. Fretwell, you had some comments or questions about the motion, and then I'll circle back to you, Mr. Brooks.
Yeah, Glenn Christensen, for the record, is there sufficient time by June 25th to conduct the study?
Next year. June 25.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, I mean, that's the intent of the Chancellor's office to begin it immediately so that any RFP is issued would make clear that that work would need to be done by June 30th of 2025. Now, that said, Mr. Chairman, I apologize if we can go back to this issue of the funding to the point of Mr. Combs. That is why that date is indicated in there, because it is the intent to utilize the existing funding appropriation. And again, perhaps Mr. Vuitton can get on the record his conversation with the Council Bureau in regards to the use of those funds for that type of study.
Thank you, Chris Vuitton, for the record. So I did have a conversation regarding the proposed use, and again, it was in the context as I offered on the feedback from the business officers that the desire to pursue the adequacy and equity work would be to inform the outcome of the funding allocations and to help help support any adjustments that would be proposed accordingly. So having the opportunity to complete the adequacy and equity work so that it can represent the data informed the type of data that the business officers were concerned about driving a rationale for the allocations. So it's not, it's specifically to help with supporting the decisions made today as a furtherance of the work and recommendations coming from the committee. So it is absolutely part of the funding allocation concern that work is proposed, and why we thought that it would be appropriate under the bill. I would offer as well, I did take the opportunity to go back and listen to the Assembly Committee meeting where the bill was heard, and I know that in that discussion, in that presentation, former interim chancellor, acting chancellor Eric Yaga did share as part of that presentation the potential of having adequacy and equity as a consideration in looking at the funding formula. So there was funding formula and there was governance, and the adequacy and equity discussion was directly tied to the funding formula conversation there. So I do appreciate that we would want this to be done and pursued in a manner that is consistent with the intention of the legislation, and I would certainly work to make sure that was the case, or we wouldn't be able to use that funding. I certainly understand it has to conform with the intent of that appropriation.
Okay. Yes.
And I just want to get Glenn Christensen for the record. Just make sure I understand this in our own mind. You had some introduction to this particular recommendation. What this committee is signing up for is the recommendation itself, because we're not going to get a chance to see the introduction, right? We're not going to get a chance to look at the report before it goes. That was my understanding of your comment earlier.
So and I'm going to recall for the committee, the work session presentation we did on self-supporting accounts. Remember that? So it was the same thing. You had all this background, and then you had the boldface language. That background was not disputed, so that background will go in the report that way. Same thing on this. If there's no objections, something similar to that will be in there. But primarily, we're focusing on the boldface language.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I think the issue is that we're endorsing that there be a study through this motion, but we're never going to see the outcome of the study and its impact, potentially, the information's impact on what we may approve today. It's a bit of the, cart before the horse moment, because we're taking the existing pie, as Crystal said, potentially making adaptations to that. And then there's going to be new information that comes in through this chancellor's additional research that then informs that pie and may have made us make a different recommendation, frankly. Maybe not. But the point is we don't have the information, so therefore we don't know. And so we're going with what we know today. I'll say one thing. I support the motion, and I support using the AB 493 money. I think it would be a tragedy if the LCB did not support that, frankly, because that is essential to what we were trying to accomplish in this committee, in my opinion. I did want to make one comment to Ms. Mosca's data issue. We should be focused on system outcomes, period. I don't care what kind of data you got today. We need better data about who we're graduating, what they're doing, who we're attracting, how long it takes them to finish a degree, and whether or not they finished a degree. I mean, 5 or 10 KPIs that tell us whether or not the system is working and how well these institutions are working within that system. We don't have that. I wasn't even a part of the conversation about best practices, and I know the answer was not an answer because we do not have that. At the end of the day, somebody needs to take that up. So that's my challenge for Regent Del Carlo and Regent Brooks and Regent Goodman, because it's your job to define that stuff so that we know whether or not this funding formula works. I know we're not here to do that today. I know Patty's about to give me the collar. But I will say it is critically important that we get that and that we have the data systems to support it so that we can make more informed decisions as a system. And then that makes my time as an individual private citizen more valuable in these conversations because we have better data to work with. All right, so I'm going to drop it at this point, but I do think that's critical.
I have a suggestion.
May I? Just for the record, Patty Charlton, and since Council King is way down there, I want to just reassure all of this body that the board is in the process of updating all of their outcomes and metrics at this time. So they are working on that. We've got institutional research in the room as well because they know what access to systems that we have and they can help lead that effort. And so as we talked at one of our meetings, one of the most important pieces is that we have to be able to have data that we can validate and that we can ensure is accurate and is something that we can also boost the confidence, and that's exactly what you're looking for. So I want to let you know that that is a work that is in process and is scheduled to be completed no later than December of this year.
I want, Senator, did you want to make a comment?
So I know we bounced around a lot of ideas about the motion, which we started with. Would it maybe make sense to that last line, make it say completed no later than June 30th, 2025, and change the when to with the authorization for expending funds, just period, and take out that last line reference? I don't know if that would make sense to those at this table, but I think if we take out the reference to the bill, so there's no question about what we are using, how that is written legislatively. And Mr. Combs, you might be able to guide me on this a little bit. You certainly have looked at bills in your day. Would that make sense, and would that solve some of this problem? Notwithstanding what Ms. Fretwell just said, and yes, I agree with you. I always say with public money comes public accountability, and I think it's just I have a hard time as a legislator, but also as a teacher, like that's just not that hard of a concept, but it seems to be a little more difficult. So if Mr. Combs might be able to weigh in there, I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission.
Sure.
I think if you just stopped it as soon as practical, if that's what you did, then you wouldn't be referencing the bill, you wouldn't be referencing the time deadline. There's no sense then that you're, recommending anything that might not be authorized under the terms of the bill. If then the system office gets the go-ahead from legal department or LCB fiscal or whomever they're going to seek input from on that decision, then they could certainly still use the AB 493 money for that purpose. It's just I've got to tell you, in my experience and as a former Assembly fiscal analyst, we didn't like it when we gave money to a particular body and told them what to use it for, and then they had some left over and they decided to use it for something else too. And that's what this is sounding an awful lot like. And it's also for an interim study. And so if you're going to be studying still when session's in, that kind of is another thing that you would weigh when you were considering this. It's like, no, this was for a recommendation to the legislature. And if it's not going to be done until June of 2025, well, it's not going to be the 2025 legislature, they'll have already adjourned. So that's the reasons for my concern. And I think just stopping it at that as soon as practical would probably be just fine.
So, go ahead. Senator?
The microphone seems to be the problem today. Mr. Combs, I just have a clarifying question for you, sir. So as soon as practical, but what if it went to, I don't know, July 15th of 2025? Do we need to have an end date there, or is that not necessary?
I think if you changed it, the motion based on my comments and left it at practical, that would really be up, the system would be able to factor in a lot of components, like what funding are they going to use and when is that available? How long is the study going to take? I mean, some of the stuff in the work session document seems to suggest that completing it by June of 2025 might not really be all that possible and would be rushed anyway. So I don't think, I wouldn't be concerned about that.
Chair?
So I don't want to, yes, Ms. King.
Thank you. Linda King for the record. You have a motion and a second, and you've opened for discussion. So you don't have an opportunity for amendments at this time. You would have to have your motion maker and your second or withdraw and have a new motion or go to a vote. If it fails, then we can present another motion.
Yeah, I'll get to that process, but I want to give everybody an opportunity to comment about a couple of other suggestions. And so I have an additional one to make before we go that route. I'd like to turn everybody's attention to 9A. To avoid any ambiguity whatsoever about the purpose of the study and what it's intended to do or support, we have said in 9A that the Chancellor's Office create a formula review committee. The purpose of the study in 1 is to support and validate and implement this recommendation and formula if we adopt it. And what I'd like to do is consider combining the two so that there's just no doubt that we're not only recommending an adequacy and equity study, but it's going to be used to help support and review the formula we've adopted on an ongoing basis. So if that's something that folks are open to, and the maker of the motion and the second are open to, then what I'm suggesting is that we consider withdrawing the existing motion and rewrite the motion along the lines that we were talking about. Now, if people want to keep those separate, we still can do that. But that's one way that I think cements the fact that the purpose of the resorting to the available funding is directed to the available, or to the purposes under which this committee was formed, and a review committee would continue.
So Chair, for the record, Patty Charlton, I'd actually like to disagree respectfully and to keep them separate, because this is that ongoing continuous improvement and evaluation piece that will ensure that we are not sitting here once every 10 years reviewing the formula. But I do respect what you're saying is let's do the adequacy. I 100% support the funding adequacy and equity study as we've discussed it, and recognize that perhaps that first review is not in 2 biennium, but it may be something sooner. And so I would actually like to leave it as a separate item, and as we get to 9, perhaps change that language that we can be more responsive to data and information as we have it.
So following Ms. King's direction, Mr. Brooks, would you like to have a vote on the current motion, or would you like to modify or withdraw and make a new motion?
Regent Brooks, for the record, Chair, I appreciate all of the comments and the considerations that are being made for this motion. I think there is, as the interim chancellor mentioned, there's a separation on some things, and this is really a guiding recommendation to support lots of other things that we're going to have to do as a committee, and those recommendations will then come to the board, which is going to support some considerations and conversations for work that has to get done.
Sure.
And so because of the various phases that we have to be in to get to a goal, I think it makes sense from the way that I'm reviewing this to keep the motion as it is stated with the, again, including those recommendations that you had suggested, Chair. So as the motion was, as I offered that motion, I'd be comfortable keeping it.
And the way you made it.
Yes, Chair.
Okay. All right, and second, I assume, is
Assemblywoman
agreed.
Moss, for the record, I will remove my second only for if it doesn't work with the legislature.
So just to be clear,
You need to move, Chair Linda King, for the record, I think you move forward to a vote.
well, the second has withdrawn her second as it was originally made. So she can do that. So it dies for lack of a second unless there is a second for the way it's currently worded. Yes. And the way it's currently worded is the way it's written here with the addition I had suggested, which is recommend the Chancellor's office to immediately pursue.
Thank you, Chair Hardesty. I'm not an expert in parliamentary procedure. So if this dies, as Regent Brooks said it, for lack of a second, does the whole thing die, or can we go back and someone make a motion that's
Absolutely.
got different? Okay, I just want to make sure, because I don't want this thing to die, is my
No,
opinion.
anybody can make a motion. It's just this motion dies unless there is a second for Regent Brooks' motion. All right, so the chair declares that motion dies. Is there a motion, Senator?
Yes, and I would like to, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move I'd like to motion that we recommend the Chancellor's office to immediately pursue a study of funding adequacy and equity as soon as practical.
Regent Del Carlo?
Yes, I'd like to second the motion.
Is there any discussion on that motion?
Yes, Chair, I just have, Regent Bush for the record. I'm going to direct my question to you, Crystal Abba, because I didn't draft this up, obviously. What was the intent in this recommendation, the way that it was worded, in terms of the importance of the language that's presented before us, and does altering any of the language have an effect on the other work that we've got to get done?
For the record, Crystal Abba. So the way the language was originally written, it was intended that they would utilize the funds appropriated by the legislature for the study. My interpretation of this new motion that would end the sentence at "as practical" is it recommends to the Chancellor to pursue an adequacy and equity study as soon as practical, with no mention to the authorization, which means I assume that there will be follow-up discussions with the Legislative Counsel Bureau because they're watching very closely today, and they may come back and say, wow, we have a different understanding of this, or no, you're good to go. So it will depend on the Chancellor's conversation following this recommendation, what then happens. I think that's the challenge with where we're at. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Regent Del Carlo, and then we'll get.
Thank you, Chair Hardesty. But to you, Crystal, just to make sure, you guys have not received approval from LCB, correct? To use whatever, the 2 million, whatever's done for this, to go forward with this adequacy and equity study.
For the record, Crystal Abba, I have not had a conversation with the Legislative Counsel Bureau. CFO Vuitton had a conversation with the Legislative Counsel Bureau, which he represented that they did not feel, Chris,
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but yes, Chris Fatone. Again, my conversation was very specific to the manner in which I framed it with the business officer's recommendation. So it was focused on looking at the adequacy and equity as a manner of informing the allocations that are determined, the allocation percentages, and the opportunity to then adjust them. I do believe that it would be absolutely appropriate to revisit that discussion based on today's conversation, as they are watching the meeting and understanding that if our intent, or if the manner in which we're planning to use or pursue the adequacy and equity study would not be appropriate under the legislation, we would not be able to use the appropriation. However, I would certainly be looking to work to structure it so that we could agree that it was eligible. That would be my, but I don't think it, our conversation was based on the interaction I had with the business officers and the recommendation to pursue it in that manner. I don't think they have not had an opportunity to understand the discussion today and be able to weigh in on whether based on this discussion, they would have concerns or not. But
Senator?
I would just say in response to what Mr. Vitton just said, I agree. And the problem with the unintended consequence, if you will, would be to move forward with the end of this particular motion. If we stop it as soon as practical, then we sort of leave that unintended consequence out of there, I believe. And I'm not a lawyer and I'm not an LCB person, but we do happen to have somebody on this committee who might be able to weigh in. Mr. Combs, even though he's not working for the LCB, he has spent a lot of time there. And so I always feel like when you do motions or laws, if you will, you want to make sure you don't have unintended consequences that happen down the road that you have to go back and fix.
Any other comments on the motion? Ms. Fretwell?
Had we had this conversation back in the fall, the funding for this study that we're talking about right now would have been included in the scope of work with these people over here at the table. And I think that needs to be very clear to the LCB people who are watching, because this information, had we asked the right questions at that time to include this adequacy study in order to help us figure out a funding formula, it would have been authorized. So I have a tremendous amount of respect for Mr. Combs, and I know he's been around the block a long time at the LCB. But we should not use this as an excuse. This is about the mission of this committee to get this job done right. And even though this information may be coming in late into the process, it will still be informative to the legislature, who will have to make the decision based on the Board of Regents' recommendation and or legislative recommendation that comes forward from one of their members, most likely. And I think this is critical information to have prior to a final decision that our legislators will ultimately be making, and our governor will ultimately decide whether or not to support a bill on it. They're going to have the exact same questions we're having today. So we need the answers before there's a remedy, or we could be sitting around here in 3 years looking at the same stuff. So I would highly suggest that we continue to advocate for the use of these funds. They're directly related. There's legislative history that supports it. We asked the wrong question. We should have asked a different one in September when we first convened. And now we're asking it now because we're smarter about it. I think we should try to get the use of funds for this purpose.
Mr. Chair.
Regent Brooks?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to offer that regardless of what direction that we move in as a committee, particularly when it comes to expenditures, when it comes back to the board, I'm fairly confident that the conversation of how something will be paid for will be a topic of conversation. And so I just wanted to just offer that as it would be fantastic to be able to get as much work done as we possibly can, but we still have another phase of implementation, and that's moving these recommendations to the board where there'll be more robust conversation. And then what does the execution of those recommendations look like following board approval or maneuvering of reconfiguring some of the language of the recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Are there any other comments by members of the committee? Yes, Mr.
Thank you,
Sanchez.
Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Tony Sanchez for the record. Shame on me going back to our first meeting when you set forth in your opening comments, Mr. Chairman, about how this should be examining the adequacy and as well as equity. And I embrace Ms. Fretwell's expanded understanding and agree. Wish we had done it at that time. It is my hope that LCB does sanction this subsequently going forward. I find it very, very difficult to recommend changes that merely shift funds between institutions. And I agree with Assemblywoman Mosca, who said earlier in her original comments that we should start and end with this first question and not go any further until we have that full and complete study. I know that's not practical and not going to happen today, but I have a very difficult time making any type of recommendations not having the adequacy and equity aspects included. And it is my hope that LCB does find that remaining funds from that legislation are eligible to be used for the subsequent study.
Thank you. Dr. Reed, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you very much. This is Peter Reed. I just want to build on some of the comments that Ms. Fretwell was making. And she made the comment that without the information that will come out of this study, we're putting the cart before the horse. And I just want to reiterate that. I think that the results of this adequacy study are critical input for this committee in developing its recommendations about a funding model. And while this may not be a popular comment, I just want to put it on the record. It seems to me that given the looming deadlines of wanting to have the recommendations to the legislative session, it's not impossible that we could move forward in an expedited manner with the adequacy study, get the results of that, table this committee's approval of any new funding model for that information, reconvene in early 2025 and get the information to the regents for a special meeting so they can take it to the legislature, because this is hamstringing this committee and being able to make sophisticated recommendations and what the funding model should look like to not have this cost study. And this is something that was brought up in the first meeting, the second meeting. We've discussed the need for this data throughout this process. And so now to have it come after the recommendations are approved for what the model should look like, it just seems backwards. So possibly there's a way to expedite the process, get this information to the committee, and move forward in a common sense approach to having all the information needed to develop the outcomes that this committee seeks to create. Thank you.
Chancellor?
For the record, Patty Charlton. So I would disagree with Dr. Reed on that point. One is we have a legislation that charged us to do certain things. We cannot bring that back. I mean, we cannot not meet the deadline that is required to submit the report. This adequacy and equity study is very important. I want us to point back again to the bill and the language that was included in the bill related to the funding formula. We recognize, and I think all of us have wrapped our arms around the challenges that our presidents, our business officers, our students, and even our regents who deal with this every day have said that we just don't have sufficient funding within the system. The bill that was passed did not say that this was to increase the overall funding, and that was clear in the charge. We recognize and we would like to pursue this expeditiously. And so the language, I appreciate the language as it was written, to demonstrate that to the legislature, to the governor. And I'm grateful that we have our legislators that are here. We have our board members that are here to participate. And I actually greatly appreciate all of the passion and the commitment that all of you have shown. But I would disagree. I do not think you kick this down the road. I think we need to move this forward, and I hope that the Legislative Council Bureau will see that this is an important component of the overall funding and what we need to do to move forward. We do need to have a report that is prepared and submitted by August 31st, which is what we started with. And so I have already communicated with the presidents. We will be hitting the ground. We are ready to go And that is based on the fact that this is interrelated and with the guidance that we've received preliminarily. And I'm just going to say that at this point, because if we change that, and I know that the presidents are very committed to this, as well as the business officers, NFA, faculty senate, students will all support this as well.
Okay, I'm going to call a vote of the committee, and by roll call, please, Ms. Abba. Is it?
And
is
Mr. Chairman,
everybody-
I'll repeat the motion for the record.
please, thank
As
you.
stated by Member Dondero Loop, the recommendation is recommend the Chancellor's Office to immediately pursue a study of funding adequacy and equity as soon as practical, period. The motion was by Ms. Dondero Loop and a second by Regent Del Carlo. Roll call vote. Regent Byron Brooks.
Can I ask a clarifying question first before we start the vote, or is that not appropriate? Okay, never mind.
I'll vote yes.
Regent Carrie Buck is absent. Mr. Glenn Christensen.
Yes.
Mr. Rick Combs.
Yes.
Regent Carol Del Carlo.
Yes.
Senator Marilyn Dondero Loop.
Yes.
Miss Betsy Fretwell.
Yes.
Assemblyman Ken Gray is absent. Regent Stephanie Goodman.
Yes.
Assemblywoman Erica Mosca.
Yes.
Mr. Tony Sanchez.
Yes.
Miss Yvette Williams is absent. Chair Justice James Hardesty.
Yes.
Chancellor Patricia Charlton.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, it is 20 to 1. We will, pardon me? Oh, it's not here. Okay, so we'll move on to item number 2. Ms. Abba.
Thank you. For the record, Heidi Hartz.
Oh,
I'm
Ms.
going to
Hart,
take
sorry.
the second set of recommendations,
Okay.
all of which pertain to the small institution factor. So there are really 2 decision points for the committee this afternoon, specific to the small institution factor, and both address concerns that were identified as HCM met with institutional representatives as well as those familiar with the current funding formula and its structure. As you recall, the small institution factor was initially established at $30 per weighted student credit hour for the gap between the number of weighted student credit hours at Great Basin College and Western Nevada College and 100,000 weighted student credit hours. The recommendation for your consideration is to increase the small institution funding from $30 per weighted student credit hour to $40, and then to continue to adjust for inflation in the future using the Higher Education Price Index, or HEPI. The work session document does include for you a table that shows what the financial impact would be for both Great Basin College and Western Nevada College if the small institution factor amount was increased from $30 to $40 per weighted student credit hour for the gap between their current weighted student credit hours and 100,000 weighted student credit hours. I will note as a sidebar, the next 2 recommendations would look at adjusting the threshold. So the first one is the dollar value. And there's been a lot of questions asked during committee meetings about how the initial $30 per weighted student credit hour value was set. Based on information presented in the last interim study report, it appears that $1.5 million was made available for the small institution funding for each Western Nevada College and Great Basin College. The weighted student credit hour value was set based on a gap of 50,000 weighted student credit hours. At the time that this was adopted,
The 2012 weighted student credit hour value for Great Basin College totaled 60,769. And the weighted student credit hours generated at Western Nevada College totaled $74,414. So when this was adopted, both institutions were already above 50,000 weighted student credit hours, but had a distance to go before they got to 100,000. So are there questions about the recommendation before you dive into the discussion regarding the recommendation and your approval process?
Mr. Chair.
Sorry. Mr. Combs, and then I'll ask Dr. Mr. Combs, go ahead,
So,
sir.
thank you. On the $10 increase currently, is that in line then with the higher education price index change since 2013 when this was implemented at first? And then also, what year then would you begin applying the inflation factor going forward?
For the record, Crystal Abba, and then I'll defer to HCM. This estimate came directly from the May 30th presentation. It was slide 15 from the HCM. It is based on HEPI since 2013. And Will, if you would like to elaborate on applying it forward.
Yep. Yes, we applied the HEPI index to the $30 from time of enactment in that first allocation of funding. And I think the concept of the recommendation is to continue to inflate that every fiscal year there on out. So starting with, I guess, FY26, using the most recent index to inflate it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Dr. Kopp.
Working with the mic here. Kyle Dalby. Quick procedural question, and I do have some comments that may blend into the discussion, but is it the charge of the committee to pick one of these four or multiple of these four or all of them? Is it A, B, C, or D, or could it be a combination of?
It could be a combination, but I don't think you pick them all because they'd be in conflict. 2B, 2C.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think if we handle these discreetly, where we look at 2A first, if there's an appetite for 2A, do a motion on 2A. Item 2B and 2C are mutually exclusive, so you will choose one or the other or pick a different number that you want. And then 2D is a separate item. So we'll handle them discreetly. So right now we're focusing on 2A.
So if we get to the end of it, we still could do D even if we chose some of the others.
Yes,
I do
because
have
D is just studying,
just a
looking
study,
at.
but it's
yeah.
not in lieu of making other adjustments.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, is there a motion?
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Where'd that come
Susanna
from?
Stinkute for the record. I had a quick question for Dr. Dalby about, I hope this is the appropriate time to ask this question, about 2A and the perspective from a community or a small institution president about if 2A and the other options, if they are the opinion of a small institution president on those options.
If you don't mind, if I could just interject also, President Donnelly is also President Dinelli is in Great Basin at this time, so I think it would only be appropriate to hear from both of the two small institutions.
Okay, Kyle Dalby, Western Nevada College, and President Dinelli and I did chat through this a little bit, so hopefully we've got our notes straight. The inflationary adjustment, the $30, I mean, $30 to $40 will help because it is extra money. It has never been adjusted in 10 years. And it's $30 per credit, as you heard, is designed to offset the gap between wherever the school is and the 100,000 weighted student credit hours. We would appreciate the indexed so that we don't find ourselves 10 years from now not having an inflationary adjustment on that, because $40 in 10 or 15 years may be something, you'll be looking back going, how did that number come? So the inflationary piece, so we do support that adjustment. Specific to my institution, WNC and GBC, I think have been the only two schools that have ever been in the category of small institution factor. We are still what I consider a very small institution. We cover a large geographic territory. We do not have a large number of students. However, this year, which is not noted in these documents because this is using data from 1 year back, immediate last fiscal year, FY24, our weighted student credit hours at Western are 103,000 right now. So we do not, under the current model, qualify for the small institution factor, and yet we are still very much a small institution, which is why I also support, and again, this is getting on to Ms. Stankude's questions, I think, about all the recommendations. I would support the increase either to one of the two or higher levels, because that would help us fill some of the gap on our administrative costs. And the reason we have grown so significantly on the weighted student credit hours is because we have had to respond to our community with more workforce programs, which actually drive the formula at a higher rate than the standard 1.0. We have a number of CTE programs that drive the formula. At a 4.0, that kicks our weighted student credit hours up, but it's still a small number of students who need the services. Most who are part-time, and we're struggling with that right now. So looking forward for the next 5 years anyway, 5 to 6 years, an increase in the threshold to the 125 or 150 would help us as well. The $30 to $40 would help both institutions, how many ever we qualify, depending on that gap, immediately would help GBC as well. The final one on 2D, I do think there is some credibility to defining institutional size based on headcount, but that does require another set of metrics or study pieces that would be nice to be able to do, but I don't want to do that in lieu of the other adjustments immediately right now, because, and I'll speak for myself and I'll let President Dinelli speak for GBC, we have momentum going right now. We are hitting our outcomes. We are hitting our access elements. One of the things you can't, going back to your performance pool discussion, you cannot have outcomes in any kind of performance metric unless you have students come in the door, and that's the access piece. And that's the piece that's extremely difficult to do in a large rural area, because we have to mobilize a minimal number of people over a large geographic area. And that's what we do at a small institution. So there's a lot there, and some of it answers the question and some of it is added value, but I'll pass it on to my colleague from GBC.
Thank you, President Dalpy. For the record, President Dinelli, Great Basin College. And I would just agree with everything that he has said. We have had a chance to work together over this past week and really look at these numbers. And the inflation, I 100% agree with that. We don't know. We just don't want to be sitting in the same cycle 5 years from now and that $10 increase not to be enough. We are both pushing our institutions, and we expect to see growth in Great Basin College this year for sure. Because of the different workforce programs we're pushing and the funding that's coming to us either through state dollars or federal funding. And so I 100% support the increase in that cap. We had looked at and kind of agreed to 2B, that 125,000 was kind of where we thought we could equitably land together. But outside of that, I also would be open to looking at that 2D just a little bit further, because we know that we have a significant population of part-time students versus full-time. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments about these items? Let's take up.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
This is Peter Reed.
Yes, Dr. Reed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I do have a question. On recommendation 3A, I'm curious to know what an appropriate split between the FTE and the head count should be, and what appropriate weights for Pell and underrepresented students are. I think it's currently a 50-50 split, and I wonder what the impact of alternative divisions might be, and maybe that's a question for the consultants. I'm not sure.
Forgive me, we're on 2A, Dr. Reed. I'm not sure. Is your question on 3A related to 2A?
I'm sorry. I apologize. I'll hold that question for now. I'm skipping ahead. I thought we were making faster progress than we are today.
Well,
sorry.
let's just say you are. But let's focus on 2A. Is there a motion on 2A? Yes, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Hardesty. Yes, I'll make a motion to increase the small institution factor from $30 to $40 per weighted student credit hour, and continue to adjust the inflation in future years using the Higher Education Price Index known as HEPI.
I think there was a suggestion that that would begin July 1, 2026. Is that an acceptable addition?
Effective, whoops, 1st, 2026.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Yes, Mr. Christensen.
I thought I had this thing mastered for a while. I have a question for the consultants. The NFA suggested a flat fee for everyone. I think it was like 700,000. Is that something that you see very often? Is it something you considered as this came forward?
Yeah, Will Carroll for the record. It is something that we see in a handful of states. It's actually a number that is often a little bit higher. Sometimes it maybe it's 3 million per institution. But one thing that I think there's a mix of states between some that provide an adjustment to make sure every institution gets at least that amount, which is the way that the small institution factor works, or just provides that flat amount to every institution. So I think in both approaches, you end up with the same outcome of sort of ensuring that there's a bare minimum of that sort of O&M core costs funding. But we see states approach it both ways.
I didn't know if the business officers considered that recommendation at all.
Chris Fatone, the business officers didn't consider the NFA recommendation. They did consider the ones in the work program, but they did not consider the NFA's recommendation. So,
all right. Any other questions or comments about the motion? All right. I'll call for a vote on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
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 Is there anyone opposed? Seeing no opposition, is there anyone who would like to abstain? All right, the motion passes. It has been proposed that we discuss this cap. Are there any motions with respect to the cap? I'm going to suggest that in line with the president's comments that we consider a motion under 2B. Okay.
Yeah.
Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. So Regent Brooks, I would make a motion to approve 2B, the increase of small institution SIF cap to 125,000 weighted student credit hour as this recommendation is written.
Is there a second? Regent Del Carlo? Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Is there anyone who is opposed? Is there any abstention? It passes. I'll move then to 2D. Is there any motion on 2D?
I'll make a motion, Mr.
Ms.
Chair,
Fredwell?
that we request and recommend further review of the SIF, and that we recommend the Chancellor's Office review the SIF calculation using headcount rather than weighted student credit hours, and determine if an alternative calculation based on headcount should be utilized.
So the difference from the language in the motion in the work session document is to change the word urge to recommend and request. All right, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Ms. Goodman, Regent Goodman, excuse me, seconds. Any discussion on the motion? All right, I'll call a vote for the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Is there anyone opposed? Is there any abstentions? All right, the motion passes. That takes us then to item number 3, if you'll introduce that, Ms. Otto, or Ms. Hartz. I'm not sure which one has been assigned to which.
We're not sure either. For the record, Crystal Abba, if the committee will please refer to the information provided on page 4 of the work session document, item 3, student characteristics. As we've discussed a great deal today, the balanced framework includes allocating general fund appropriations based on 3 components: the weighted student credit hours, a student component, which is an enrollment component, and then the outcomes-based component. So this relates to that second item, which is the enrollment student characteristics. And essentially, the recommendation is to allocate a portion of the general fund appropriation based on the following student characteristics. So you're deciding to use this data, which is the data that is currently available. Allocate a portion of the general fund appropriation based on the following student characteristics: total student term headcount enrollments and credit hours, including non-resident students, underrepresented minority student enrollments and credit hours, and 3, Pell-eligible student headcount enrollment and credit hours. You will recall that you received the first version of the work session document. I think we sent it out on the 15th, and then a few days later when we posted it, there was a minor revision in this document, and it was the inclusion of the parenthetical, including non-resident students. And so remember, this is not funding all non-resident students because the current funding formula doesn't fund non-resident students. This simply says that you're going to consider all students in that mix. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would actually request that HCM have the opportunity to elaborate on the recommendation as they may see fit. Otherwise, we're happy to answer questions. Oh, and Ms. Hartz would like to add something as well. Go ahead.
So Heidi Hartz for the record. I'm going to take cuts for the HCM. I just want to clarify for the committee members that as Ms. Abba indicated, this is a way of redistributing the pie using a slightly different methodology. It does not mean that funding that is distributed using student characteristics must solely be spent on student support services. This is a distribution process, not a budget process that's being considered here. Thank you.
Okay, is there, let me begin by asking whether you're in a position to make a motion now or whether you would like to have discussions of other items before we get into these motions. Regent Goodman.
I just have a comment and a question, I guess, too. My issue here is we're talking about including non-resident students. I am all about helping underrepresented minority students, but I'm interested in helping the underrepresented minority students here in Nevada. So when we're sitting here talking about all students, I have an issue with not making sure that our students here in Nevada are a priority. So if we're going to be doing that kind of, if we're going to be going after certain groups, I think we need to make sure that these groups are here in Nevada.
Any other comments? Chancellor?
Yeah, for the record, Patty Charlton. So I think to that point, and I'd just like to just comment that I think the very first, the item 1, which talks about the total student term head count, there is a component of the services that are provided, such as the registrar, processing visas, those kinds of things, or even just a transfer student that is coming from out of state that's participating with any of our institutions that may not have gotten residency in Nevada just yet. So I just wanted to add that factor that we have students that are coming in, and we are a very global state in what we do. And so I wouldn't want to have that lost, is that some students actually are termed a non-resident until they gain residency in the state of Nevada as well. But there is that registrar, those other kind of components for the student support services that may be associated. But I do hear what you're saying.
Regent Del Carlo?
Thank you, Chair Hardesty. And to that, I would ask HCM what a best practice is there, what you see in other states. Thank you. You may have told us, but I don't remember.
On the issue of residency in particular, That really is a matter of what your state priorities and goals are. So there are some states that really want to encourage non-residents to come into the state for educational or workforce reasons, or who see that as an important part of the institution's missions that they want to support. Others are more concerned to limit their investments to resident students. So again, in terms of best practice, that's more a value and priority judgment for the state than something that a out-of-state consultant can tell you.
Any other comments or questions? Yes, Mr. Christensen.
I have a question. It says underrepresented minority students. Why can't it just be underrepresented students, period?
That's just the definitional common with and consistent with what is currently in the performance pool, which will be adopted within the outcomes portion of the formula as well. It's just a reference to the definition of those particular students and how the data are being applied.
So a white kid wouldn't get counted in this?
That would be correct, yes.
Well, I guess my point is why are we making that distinction?
Because there's significant gaps in access for underrepresented minority students compared to white students, similar to low income.
We have a minority-majority school system here, at least the three institutions down here. My only point is why can't everybody have an opportunity?
Well, everybody is counted, sir, in the overall count of student headcount enrollments and credit hours. There's an added weighting or an increased weighting for students that are currently underrepresented or within the state system, currently defined as underrepresented minority students and Pell eligible students. So all students are captured in the overall headcount and FTE portion of this calculation. There's additional weighting and supports provided to schools that serve higher numbers of these priority populations or these particular populations. This is a policy discussion. I would like to recuse myself from commenting further. Thank you.
Regent Goodwin.
I realize you don't want to comment further, but I have a question maybe for Ms. Abba. We can adjust this this item as we like.
Of
So
course
if we
you
make
can.
a motion, we can remove minority if we
Yeah.
so, okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could to that effect, if I can just clarify to make sure that the members understand. So when you look at the way 3A is written, you're allocating that portion, the 40% or wherever you land when you get to that item, on three different components. So number one is total student headcount and credit hours. Okay, so what that gets to is what the committee discussed at several meetings to make sure that you account for part-time students. So that basically helps the community colleges. Okay, so in addition to that, so there you're counting all students regardless of race or ethnic origin. So number two is the underrepresented minority student, which, as Ms. Snyder indicated, follows a specific definition. And remember, these components act as policy levers in terms of incentivizing the institutions to enroll these students. So here you're sending a very clear message that we want to make sure that that portion of the formula that is allocated based on this recognizes underrepresented minorities. And then the third part is the low-income student through the Pell status. So the challenge with all of this when this recommendation was developed over the course of probably the last 3 meetings was making sure that we had the data appropriate to come up with that number. But they're delineated in those 3 buckets to cover that kind of wide area. And I'll be quite candid with the committee in terms of this portion of that balanced approach has the overall effect of shifting dollars towards the community colleges. So going back to that inequity issue, this is where, again, you're going to grind on this more when you get to the 40-40-20, but this says we want that 40% to be based on this calculation. You can decide what the 40% is when you get to number 7. So I keep saying it's the 40%, but it may not end up being the 40%. Can that be any more confusing? If not, I will keep talking.
Ms. Fretwell?
Mr. Chair, this is Peter Reed.
Just a moment. I called on Ms. Fretwell, and then I'll be to you, Dr. Reed.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Mr. Chair, Betsy Fretwell, Crystal, quick question. So by including these three categories within the 40% or whatever that number becomes. Are they equally weighted? I can't remember how they impact the 40%,
yeah,
or
I
does it
have-
matter?
It doesn't impact the 40%. It only is within the 40%. This is how that, you know what, I'm going to butcher that, so I'm going to defer to Will.
Sure. So if the 40% translates to $20 million, $200 million, then that $200 million pie, the sub pie, would be divided based on the share of these categories of students.
Okay, so it's apportioned within the 40. It doesn't drive the 40.
How big
Okay,
the 40
thank
is,
you.
that's right.
It won't impact the 40. The 40 isn't going to change because of these factors. It takes the 40 and says, okay, allocate it based on these factors.
Got
that
it.
portion.
Regent Goodman?
Thank you, Chair. Regent Goodman for the record. I would just like to express my, where I stand on this. If we are going to include non-resident students, then I think that we need to make sure that we take minority out of that. If we are not going to include non-resident students, I believe that we should add minority. So I understand that these play with one another, but listen, if we put this on the record and then you're incentivizing universities to possibly go out there and community colleges and recruit students from other states that are minorities, and we're not helping our own state. So for me, it's one or the other. So I'm just putting my 2 cents in. Thank you.
Dr. Reed, I skipped you after telling you I'd call you next. I'm sorry. And then we'll get to Assemblywoman Mosca.
Yes, well, thank you so much. And I think this is the right time to ask this question now. So I'm going to raise it again for item 3A. So I'm just curious, and there was a good comment made earlier about how the 40% isn't affected by the allocation within this bucket. But what I'm curious about is that allocation and kind of that split between FTE and head count and the weights that are being used for the Pell and the underrepresented. And I wonder if that information could be provided to the committee, perhaps with some alternatives relative to different divisions within that bucket. I just think that would be helpful information. Thank you.
Will Carroll for the record. I think sort of referencing back to the table setting presentation, we started with the sort of distribution between the costs that institutions face that are sort of driven by just the presence of any student, regardless of whether they enroll part-time or full-time, versus those costs that are related to the intensity of enrollment and full-time students. It's not, we don't have a precise data point on the split between those costs, but I think a 50-50 is closer than the current sort of 100% based on credit hour. And so we started with 50-50, sort of assuming that costs are a little bit driven, 50% based on the fixed cost of every student attending, and then 50% of them being driven by their enrollment intensity. The weights assigned to the low-income and underrepresented minority student, I would refer back to the slide that we had that showed some of the research that found that the equity weights that are in a lot of state funding formulas are insufficient to create strong incentives and outcomes for those students. And the 40% weight in the current performance pool in Nevada for those students would be one alternative to consider for sure, 40% weight instead of 100% weight. But I think that is a little bit more in line with the common practice, and the research indicates that that is probably not high enough.
Anything further, Dr. Reed?
Well, I think that is very helpful. Thank you. And I just one thing that keeps rattling in my mind is that by segmenting out this portion into using a different set of metrics and a different set of weights to determine the distribution, you're essentially diluting the value of the weighted student credit hour side of this and basically obviously shifting this. And so I just think it's important that we understand the equation that's going into actually creating that distribution across what is essentially a new set of weights, right, on using the student characteristics on that side. So thank you for that explanation.
Assemblywoman Mosca.
Thank you, Chair. Assemblywoman Mosca, for the record, I appreciate this recommendation because I know at the beginning, when we started, I talked about student attributes, so did so many others, as well as head count. For me, I really want it on the record why we chose underrepresented minority and Pell eligible instead of things like free and reduced lunch or not free, instead of first generation college student, as well as the items that were on the slide as Texas as an example. And I've had many conversations as to why, but I think it's important that it's on the record.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, responding to Ms. Mosca, it is the issue of either consistent availability of the data or having that data at the system office, which is, we'll get to some of those items in 3B and 3C where they were specifically discussed at the May 30th meeting. But in general, this is the data that's consistently available. So it's a good place to start. Far from perfect, but a good place to start.
So for the record, Patty Charlton, I just wanted to add to that point, and I wanted to just acknowledge and appreciate Assemblywoman Mosca's passion in this area, but there is an issue, again, of data and being able to, one, not just have the information available through our institutional research offices, but also to be able to validate it and ensure that this is something. Right now, for example, first generation is a self-disclosure. There is no validation. So we want to ensure, and we can develop our systems. And so I appreciate that this is a precursor to as we get into our next action items. So thank you.
Okay. Does anybody wish to make a motion as to whether the components of this portion of the funding formula would be approved as written, or would you prefer to edit it? Yes, Regent Goodman.
I'd like to make the motion.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'd like for it to read that we move to use student attributes as a component in funding allocation methodology, allocate a portion of the general fund appropriation based on the following student characteristics: total student term headcount enrollments and credit hours, including non-resident students, underrepresented resident minority student headcount enrollments and credit hours, and Pell eligible student headcount enrollments and credit hours.
What was the language you added in subparagraph 1?
Resident minority instead of just minority.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't quite get that.
Under number 2, it would be underrepresented resident minority.
Got it.
Nobody likes it.
Did you get this motion, Heidi and Crystal?
Do you want to repeat it?
Just a moment.
So if we took notes quickly enough, we believe that what your motion stated was to allocate a portion of the general fund appropriation based on the following student characteristics. 1, total student term headcount enrollments and credit hours, including non-resident students. 2, underrepresented resident minority student headcount enrollments and credit hours. And 3, Pell eligible student headcount enrollments and credit hours.
Ms. Snyder, you had a clarifying question?
Just that the non-resident, the resident only applies to underrepresented minority, not to the Pell eligible. So then the resident only applies to underrepresented minority resident students. That same condition is not applied to Pell eligible students. Just for modeling purposes.
So do you want resident in both 2 and 3 or just in 2? So you've added the modifier to sub 2, underrepresented resident minority students. Ms. Snyder is asking, do you want it to say Pell eligible resident student headcount?
I think that's out of my purview to say that we should make that resident when they're already Pell eligible. I'm just saying
Okay.
that the language in number 2 was rather vague, and I thought that it needed a little bit more clarification.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. Did you have a comment, Mr. Well, let's see if there's a second for the motion first. Is there a second for the motion?
Sure, it's Regent Bush for the record. I'll second the motion.
Okay. Now, Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Chairman. Tony Sanchez with the record. I was just trying to understand where it says UNR will see a 9.6% percentage change. I'm not sure I understand what that number represents.
So what this is assuming is if you use the 40% calculation, and we haven't run the numbers yet with the edit that's been made to the proposed motion, but if you assume this and you assume the 40%, then it would result in a 9.6% reduction in UNR's appropriation, share of the appropriation as a result of this category.
Okay, that's, I guess I assume
so
that.
if-
Is there a dollar number associated with these numbers?
One of the things I'm going to ask is, we haven't voted on the percentage.
Right.
This just defines the characteristic. I'm going to defer motions on the percentage because that's going to affect, I think, another deduction. So, but if you would prefer, we can defer action on this motion until we incorporate or resolve the percentages. But I think we're going to have to take the motion up as made.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm just trying to understand the fiscal impact to the institution's budgets depending on what percentage methodology we take, and I'm completely unclear.
Let's do this. Ms. Snyder, or if I understand the graph on page 4 of the work session document to mean that if this is going to be the factor, subject, however, to the qualification that Regent Goodman offered, then, and the committee also recommended a 40% assignment to this factor, which we have not done yet, there would be a reduction or a change in the percentage of the funds allocated to UNR under this factor of almost 10%.
Will Carroll, for the record.
Have I stated that correctly?
One clarification, it is not just a reduction to this factor. It is a reduction to their overall allocation.
So,
Right, based discretely on this.
pardon me?
Based discretely on this factor, this one change.
That's what I was
Yes,
saying.
yes.
Yeah, this one change produces that result.
Right.
Right? Okay. And similarly, UNLV would have a reduction of 5%.
Mr. Chairman, I had a quick sidebar with Ms. Goodman, and I think it's important to have that same conversation with the full committee. So if you don't mind, I just want to make sure that the committee understands what that addition of that one word means in terms of the data and the incentives that, because remember, this is a policy lever. You're trying to incent the institutions and you're saying, okay, we recognize you got a lot of part-time students, so we want to make sure that that's considered in the funding formula. We recognize you have a lot of low-income students. We want that recognized. We recognize you have a lot of minority students. We want that to be recognized. So if, remember, I've got 3 buckets. 1, all students, that's accounting for part-time. 2, minority students, and 3 low-income Pell-eligible students. So right now, bucket number 1, it's all students, residents and non-residents. With your addition, bucket number 2 is resident students only, and bucket number 3, which is the low-income Pell-eligible, is all students. So with all due respect, you will have an inconsistency there. It's a policy issue, but I just want to make sure that the committee understands the inconsistency. So you've got resident and non-resident in 1, resident only in 2, and resident and non-resident in 3. So it's a little weird. It's a little quirky. And in the future, when they say, why did you do this? We will say, Ms. Goodman put it in there. Because I'm...
Regent Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that. And I certainly appreciate the spirit of my colleague, Regent Goodman, in terms of what she was hoping to accomplish with rephrasing some of this. And I certainly appreciate Crystal Abba's input in terms of what it really looks like from a data collection perspective. And because of that, I'm going to withdraw the second on the initial motion by Regent Goodman.
All right, so is there another second for Regent Goodman's motion?
May I restate the motion?
Sure.
Okay. I would like to restate the motion, but I'm going to be difficult again. This time, I'd like to read it through as stated before, up to number 2. And then I'd like it to say underrepresented student headcount enrollments. We'll remove the word minority. Remove the word minority. It needs to be equitable in some way. That's my motion.
Well, no, the motion that
So-
was made died, so she's making a new motion. And so the new motion reads as written here, as I understand it, with the exception in subparagraph 2, the word minority is stricken. Is that correct? Yeah.
So we don't have the word resident. Okay, so that solves the problem of now I have bucket 1, 2, and 3. It's all students. The challenge is that when you say underrepresented student, we have no data definition for that. So I'm not clear. And now remember, what you're doing on these pillars is going to dictate what the model looks like when we get to number 7. So we talked about before, small institution factor, weighted student credit hours, and the student component. You're making those 3 decisions. He's over there, you can't tell, but he's got all this worked out into that thing. And when you make a change like that, we've got to be able to identify those students now, because you're culling it down. We had underrepresented minority students, and now we have unrepresented students, and I don't know what that means. We don't have a recognized data definition for that.
Let me offer this, because I think Mr. Sanchez has a very good point. And I want to follow up on what his question is. It's hard to make this decision in isolation of the whole formula. Is that a fair characterization, Tony? So I want to go backwards. If the threshold question is whether the committee supports a balanced approach, then the next question is, within the balanced approach, what are the contents of the balanced approach? And then you begin to define those, and then you get to the percentages of the balanced approach that you're going to apply. Is that a fair characterization? Ms. Snyder, Nate, do you agree? Okay, so I think instead of the problem that, if I understand it correctly, that HCM has in giving calculations to us, is that they're operating on defined terms for which there is data. Data. And so there is data for the defined term underrepresented minority. There is not data for underrepresented student. We don't know what that means. So you're not able to make a calculation using that. And it is a very good point that that's a policy determination. But if the system isn't maintaining data for that, then I don't know how we would include 2 under any circumstances. Because A, one wishes for policy reasons not to have it in there, and B, we don't have data for the alternative. So you just wouldn't even include it in the calculation at all. Do you follow me? So, but to Mr. Sanchez's point, I keep calling him Tony because we're buds, but anyway, to Mr. Sanchez's point, where is this all leading? And so I think you have to work back, because if this component is going to produce a 10% reduction or a 7% or a 5% reduction in an institution's allocation, and people find that unacceptable, then they're not going to vote for this. So I think we have to change this around. And I think we need to kind of go to the end result and work backwards a bit, is what I'm thinking. So I want to explore this with HCM. we had from the Faculty Alliance, we've had from other resources, even in the work session document, if with the defined term data, what does this look like when we change the percentages now? So instead of saying 40, 40, 20, what happens when it's 75, 25 or 75, 20 and 5 or some other alternative? What are the impacts on the institution? And this gets back to the point that Ms. Fretwell made earlier and why the study is so critical to making these assessments. I'd like to join her in making a record for LCB to be aware of. We would be making adjustments, or I think be making decisions. I would be making, I won't speak for all of you, I would be making different decisions if I had better information about what the equity and adequacy is and what percentages to attach. Because if I'm going to have to live with this formula, I don't want an institution to take a hit as great as some of these numbers are showing. Now, I don't know, Mr. Sanchez, if that is consistent with what your concern is, but that's what I'm trying to articulate for the rest of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, 100%.
Explore the idea of working backwards to
Mr.
see
Chair?
what this looks like.
Mr. Chair,
So Chair, if I could, oh, go ahead, Betsy.
just a suggestion.
Ma'am.
Maybe there's a way to put guardrails as we move forward. Because given the conversation we're having right now, we're trying to decide, I think, on a policy basis, whether or not we want to incentivize institutions on headcount, maybe underrepresented minority, and Pell,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes.
So, and looking at these numbers, there would be potentially a pretty significant percentage change to some institutions to their detriment, and to other institutions to their benefit. Having worked on formula changes at the local government level more times than I'd like to admit, one of the things that you can do is you can phase them in, or you can put guardrails on that say no change can be more than 5%. You still have the percentage change, so it could say, as this indicates, if we decided 40% and we agreed on the 3 characteristics, that UNR would have a 9.6% impact. But you cap it at 5 at implementation. So you're mitigating risk, but you still record the 9.6. And over time, it catches up. I know that may be a little complicated for today, but I think the question before us on number 3 is whether or not we think these 3 categories ought to be incentivized. And if the answer is yes, then we say yes. If we say the answer is no, then we say the answer is no, or we pick 2, or we pick 1, or whatever it is we pick, and we move on. And then at the very end, we're going to see those big levers, the 40, 40, 20, or 75, 20, whatever, and then we can measure that. But it would seem to me that we need to make a decision on these 3 categories first, because otherwise we're going to dilute the policy by the outcome of the money. And I thought that's what we were trying to avoid. I thought we were trying to come up with the right kind of formula, regardless of size of pot, whether it gets enhanced by the legislature, whether or not some of these deficits that you guys have experienced get addressed, so that we're getting the formula right first. And if we need to put guardrails on so that you're not devastating an institution, then you put the guardrails on by some other means, but you don't dilute the formula to avoid the impact, if this is what you're really trying to achieve. Maybe I've gone on too long. I apologize, but
I get your point, but I think the concern is that by voting for this in the abstract without knowing the rest of the story, it's difficult to have that vote.
But we can go
Chairman?
back.
Yeah.
So let's say, for instance, we get to the very end, right? And we're figuring out whether the 40 should be 60, right? We're going to be able to see in this model what happens.
Yeah.
But if we don't have the answers to these questions, then we don't have a model.
I get it.
So
the
Chair,
question-
to that point, if you don't mind, Patty Charlton for the record. So I just want to add to Ms. Fretwell's point is that one of the things that as we started, we needed to at least have some of these decisions at least preliminarily made so that HCM can run the model in real time. And so we can always, as Ms. Abba said, we can always go back and then reopen this item if it doesn't seem like it is making sense as we get into the final decisions about things such as percentages for the different categories. I do want to add on this specific point, though, if we just call this an underrepresented student, I don't know what that means. I don't even know if that has been defined in that regard. So in that case, if we remove the minority, we may have to just remove item number 2 from that consideration. No, I'm just saying, if it becomes removing minority, and we had talked about, defining that as resident, but if we just say an underrepresented student headcount, enrollment, and credit hours, if underrepresented is not defined, then what does that mean? So we either clarify that closer, but underrepresented is not defined, and I don't know if that's data that we're collecting. Can I ask you, Crystal?
For the record, Crystal Abba, you're correct.
Well, that's what I said before. If there's no data for underrepresented student, then it comes out.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, to Ms. Fretwell's point, to be candid, she's spot on. I mean, she's absolutely spot on in terms of once you have these pillars established of the small institution factor, the student component, and the weighted student credit hours, again, it's when we get to number 7. So I'm going to jump ahead here, and I apologize, and I don't want to muddy the waters. But if you drive down that 40% that right now is allocated to that, you're going to see those dollars shift back to those institutions that have the negatives. It's going to shift back to the universities. Okay, so maybe the answer isn't 40, 40, 20. Maybe the answer is 60, 20, 20, whatever, something that adds up to 100 where it's less than 40 in the second bucket. Okay, so that's what that looks like. I understand your standpoint from an equity lens, but you've got, I mean, from a trying to keep this level and focusing on, the residents of the state. But remember, this particular component in particular benefits the community colleges, because if you look at each of those buckets, where are those students predominantly right now? They're at look at CSN, 21.5%. So I think that's the challenge. And with that, I would defer to HCM if they had any additional commentary to add to that.
Will Carroll, for the record. I think one other point I just want to make is that it is policy levers like this both create the incentive for institutions to enroll students that have greater weights, but they also provide resources for institutions that already enroll those students and where costs are needed to provide more supports for those students, right? So it's sort of, I think, to the point about the institutions that are seeing increases in this current version of it, they are without those resources right now that if this is the right policy, they should be receiving to support those students that they currently enroll.
Mr. Chairman, Rick Holmes up north, sorry. I just want to make sure I'm following. I get that the 40, 40, 20 levers are down the road, but for this particular item, we're also dealing with some decisions that we don't necessarily have the data for, I believe. I heard earlier in the meeting that the 50-50 split between student credit hours and head count, there doesn't really seem to be any concrete reason why 50-50 was chosen. I'm not sure I totally understand how we came that the factor for the other two components is 1. Maybe it shouldn't be 1, maybe it should be something else, but we don't seem to have the data for that either. So I guess asking the committee to vote on this, I think you either have to be comfortable as a committee member that the policy decision is so right that you want to vote for it, even though you don't know necessarily whether the 50-50 is right, whether the 1 on each component is right, or you're not going to be comfortable voting for it. I mean, unless someone can tell me, well, yeah, we chose 50-50 for these exact reasons, and here's the impact the 50-50 has on how much UNR and UNLV lose, and here's how much impact that has on what CSN gains. This really is kind of a guessing game that we're being asked to play here. Just that's the way I feel anyway.
I'll let Kyle go ahead, and then I'll get back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kyle Dalpy, for the record, having been in the system more than 20 years now, and having served as a president for a few years now, I'm sensing the creative stress in the room on the funding formula. This is something we live and breathe every day, trying to figure out what policy decisions are going to take a different piece of pie and push it to somewhere else. And I'm looking at the committee members around the room, and I agree with all of you, and I have no answers at the end of this statement. I just was about to bounce out of my chair. I haven't even taken a bite out of my sandwich yet. I wanted to just note that it is a stressful discussion because we are trying to figure out the formula. I do represent Western Nevada College, obviously, as president, but on this seat, I represent all of the institutions, and I would prefer that there is no negative in any of the columns. I don't think we'll do that, but if we go into an exercise where we're putting a spreadsheet up and looking at the percentages, we're all going to kind of be like, make those three buckets. So if we, to Ms. Fretwell's comments, define the three buckets, which I agree, that would be great to be able to figure that out. And then we're going to be manipulating those percentages to cut the losses, which is Mr. Sanchez's comments. That's probably the way we're going to end up going. That's the overall frustration with everybody in my seat and the CFOs and all the way down, is that there is, and again, the adequacy piece that we decided first will be the one that hopefully comes and backs us up. There has got to be something that says the people in the positive need that. The people in the negative don't need to go negative. They probably need something as well. Interestingly enough, WNC, which is the second smallest institution in this system by weighted student credit hours and headcount, loses in almost all these scenarios. And I'm looking at it going to 3.3% for me is roughly $2 million. I mean, that's a big, that's a chunk. Well, it's up there. So, it's heartbreaking to watch this. I feel the frustration in the room. I appreciate the discussion, though, because this is one of those ones where we're going to say the cart's before the horse many times before we get to whatever time this ends today. So, Mr. Chair, thank you. Just some comments, but I wanted everyone to know that we are looking out for all of the institutions as we do this.
Mm-hmm. Crystal, you wanted to make a comment? And I'm going to take a break for 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
For the record, Crystal Abba. So back to the earlier point about the data issue, I just want to clarify that for this particular item, 3A, we have all of the data. So that's why he's been able to build the model where we're at. So for bucket 1, 2, and 3, we've got all the data. He's got it in his model. But the issue of the 50-50, that being an art, you can pick other percents. He can manipulate those percents if you want. But I think the challenge there is, 50-50 is actually a reasonable place to start, because when you look at the matter of part-time students, you've got all these bodies, but what determines part-time status is the FTE. So they work together. So that's why, as a place to start, it was 50-50. Thank you.
Maybe can HCM respond to Mr. Combs' observation or question, because he makes a good point. What is the basis for a 50-50 split, or what should the committee be considering in adjusting that? We can adjust it in the computer, we can recalculate it. We're trying to determine how it should be adjusted for policy reasons.
Nate Johnson for the record. We don't have, a magic number for you. So the 50-50 was, again, a starting point for discussion, a matter of professional judgment, and then looking at the feedback we'd received from the institutions about where their pain points were, and then an understanding of what the cost drivers in Nevada are in context. And so The 50-50 split is also in the context of what do you decide about the 40-40-20 split, because those things affect one another. And then what variables are within the 40%? Is it just headcount? Do you leave the underrepresented minorities in or out? Each one of these things has an effect on the other. I guess the one principle that I think was consistent in our thinking about this is that the percentages should drive an amount of money that is meaningful enough to make a difference for the institutions, as opposed to being just a token exercise, but not so much money that they completely undermine the other priorities of the state and the other ways that institutions are funded. So there's a balancing act there that there's not, in our experience, I think I can speak for Will and Martha on this too, is there's certainly other kinds of data that we could bring to you, or you could get through an adequacy study that I think could be very useful to you. At the end of that process, you will still have a lot of questions, and there will be tables showing institutions gaining or losing based on that study, and there will be people who don't think that the numbers were adequate. And this is, regardless of which consultant ends up doing it or responding to you, which numbers are justified. There will be additional questions. So at some point, and I don't know whether you're there right now or not, but when decisions are made, they're always with imperfect and inadequate information. So I guess the question would be not whether any one of these given splits is exactly the right number, but is it directionally better than the status quo, which in many ways is equally arbitrary and unjustified based on empirical data as well. So that's...
So your recommendation is to consider a 50-50 split on this item, and then it would be subject to subsequent review if the committee chose to go down that road. But in making that subsequent review, I'm trying to figure out what it is that that committee is looking at. What kind of data points are they considering in order to adjust it? I don't know that we've given much guidance there or received it. But at the moment, the discussion leads me to believe that item 1 and 1 and 3 would be items that would be part of this factor, but it isn't a done deal until we run some numbers on it, is the way I perceive the discussion. But that said, we've been going at it a while. Let's take 15 minutes and we'll come back and see if there's any motions to be made. Okay? Rick, do you have everybody up in Reno yet?
Members are here, Mr. Chairman.
Pardon me? Pardon me?
Yes, we're all here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I just didn't
Yes,
see.
we're all here.
Okay.
Oh, Lindsay, there she is.
Yeah, there's Lizzie. Okay. All right, let's reconvene the meeting. All members are present. I'd like to see if there is a motion on 3A at all. Chancellor?
Yeah, so Chair, for the record, Patty Charlton, I'd like to make a revision to the language, and I'd like it to read as follows. That 3A would be to allocate a portion of the general fund appropriation based on the following student characteristic for resident students only. 1, total student term headcount enrollments and credit hours. 2, underrepresented minority student headcount enrollments and credit hours. And 3, Pell eligible student headcount enrollments and credit hours. So this removes the reference to any non-resident students, but maintains under number 2, based on our former conversation, includes the underrepresented minority students.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that motion.
All right, Regent Goodman has seconded the motion. Is there a discussion on the motion? Yes, Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Hardesty. I have to say, when I first heard you give your original motion, I thought, gosh, I thought you liked all students. But then the more I got to thinking about it, I think you're right, because we don't even fund our own students, our own Nevadans adequately. So why are we worried about out-of-state students? Although, please come to Nevada, that's great. But I think you were totally right, and I think that motion addresses that. And hopefully, with our legislative members of this committee, that it's opened their eyes too, because we are so underfunded in this state. I think that's why we're struggling here. Because how are you going to take away 10% for an institution that's R1, trying to stay R1? Yet at the same time, I heard Vice President McCoy on the radio the other day saying the board set 350 students to 1 for advising. They're at 675. These are the students that need it the most. It's almost double. And yet we're trying to get students out. But how can you do that if you don't advise them properly? So I just wanted to say that, because this is not going to end here. We still got a lot of work to do in this state. So thank you for the bringing that up.
Any other comments? Yes, Mr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I struggle with this one, but as I mentioned earlier, because of the inadequacy of our current state of funding, once again, we're recommending changes that are merely shifting funds between institutions, which I think is fundamentally the wrong methodology to undertake. As we move forward, and I understand, depending on what happens with this particular item, moving to the other percentages, it will impact these budgets, but I just feel like I'm at a disadvantage not understanding the budget ramifications and making these decisions. I mean, it's as simple as UNLV is one of the top 3 most diverse universities in the country, which I'm extremely proud of. I was a Pell student back in the 80s at UNLV. And yet, under this criteria, they're going to get a 5% reduction. And that could be related to the percentage of part-time or full-time students and other factors. I am unqualified to make a decision on this one, and I'm going to be abstaining.
I think one of the things that we should raise, it seems to me that people's support of this is still subject to the ultimate question. And so I would urge the maker of the motion to say that subject to the application of the formula, I would support this. Because I want to make it clear that we can return to this topic for that purpose. Ms. King? Ms. King, did you have a comment?
Linda King, for the record. It's fine to do that, but it's not necessary to be able to revisit the matter on a motion to reconsider.
Mm-hmm. Well, people may be feeling that their vote commits them to it and they can't return to it, so. And
Mr. Chairman?
I would assume that we would have to have a vote to reopen it, so that's why I want to do it now. Is that acceptable?
Mr. Chairman, as we explained in the beginning of the meeting, when we get to that agenda item where we look at the 40-40-20, the committee can continue to manipulate those. And if they land in a different place, our plan all along was to have a motion for reconsideration and go back to that prior item. So Ms. King is correct. You don't need it in the language to do so.
Linda King, for the record, I understand, Chair, you're putting the contingency in now. I get it.
And Mr. Chairman, that is, I'm comfortable with moving
Pardon me?
forward. I'm comfortable moving forward with that understanding.
All right. With that understanding, then I'll call for a vote of the committee. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions?
No.
Oh, excuse me. Mr. Combs votes no. Any other no votes? All right. Any abstentions? Okay, it passes subject to the one no vote. All right, let's move on to academic preparation. Item 3B.
For the record, Crystal Abba, agenda or item 3B and 3C are similar in that they contemplate further study of data elements that could be included in this component, this factor of the balanced approach going forward once the data is appropriately identified. So first of all, on the matter of academic preparation, you will recall from the matrix that we created on the president's list and that section on the student characteristics, there were many characteristics that related to academic preparation. The challenge was for some of those characteristics, they either weren't consistently collected by the institution, or if they were collected, it was only for certain students. It wasn't for all students. And there also is the ongoing debate, as you heard under public comment today, of what is the best measure of that academic preparation. So agenda item 3B urges the Chancellor's Office to begin efforts to determine the data elements appropriate to identify students who are not prepared for the rigors of college-level coursework to be used as an attribute in the student-based component of the funding allocation methodology. The determination of such data elements should be in consultation with campus-level institutional research offices to ensure the consistent availability of data or the consistent collection of such data elements going forward. It is recommended that this effort commence in sufficient time for such data so that such data can be collected for use in the formula allocation for the FY28 and FY29 or the 27 session. So again, what this does is it's an indication to the Chancellor's Office that you're not entirely happy with 3A and you want other factors to be considered going forward, but in order to get there, you've got to be able to identify consistently and agree to a data element that measures academic preparation.
Does someone wish to make a motion? Regent Del Carlo?
I'd like to make a motion. Want me to read the whole thing? Just as it's written.
That's
That's
plenty
fine.
good for me.
Thank you.
Is there a second to the motion?
It's Regent Brooks. I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. 3C,
3C is a similar issue concerning the need to look for additional data. Right now in 3A, you have the Pell eligible student criteria. So any student who completes the FAFSA and is determined to be eligible for a Pell Award would be included in that count. But there may be other measures, and that was the conversation that the committee had at its May 30 meeting. So this urges the Chancellor's Office to begin efforts to determine the data elements appropriate to identify students who are in poverty to be used as an attribute in the student-based component of the funding allocation methodology. The determination of such data elements should be in consultation with the campus-level institutional research offices to ensure the consistent availability of data or the consistent collection of such data elements going forward. It is recommended that this effort commence in sufficient time that such data can be available for use in the formula allocation for FY28 and FY29 or the 2027 session. With that, Mr. Chairman.
is there a motion? Yes, Assemblywoman Mosca.
Assemblywoman Mossy, for the record, I'll make a motion as written.
Thank you. Is there a second? Mr. Sanchez seconds. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Anyone opposed?
Sure, go ahead.
Any abstentions? Motion passes. 4A.
Heidi Hartz for the record. Recommendation 4A pertains to summer school student credit hours. As we have discussed previously, additional work may be necessary before summer school is recommended for inclusion in the funding formula budget. So the recommendation for your consideration is to urge the Chancellor's Office to review the budgetary and administrative implications a further expansion of state support for summer school course offerings beyond nursing and teacher education.
Is there a motion?
Ms. Patty Charlton, for the record, I move to approve recommendation 4A.
Is there a second?
Regent Brooks, I'll second it.
Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Pardon me. Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Let's move on to 5A.
Okay, so from now on, Heidi's going to push the button for me. Number 5, the 3-year average for weighted student credit hours. As you're aware, the way the current funding formula works, going into the legislative session, we use and we refer to it as the year of measure, and that's the most recent year for which a full year's worth of data is available. So for the formula calculations for the current biennium, it was based on the academic year 21-22 student credit hours. It is practice in most states to use a 3-year weighted average. And so at many of the committee meetings up to this point, we saw the impact plus and minus of a 3-year weighted average. It was recommended by HCM as a starting point. We go with the 3-year weighted average. But again, as the committee saw that there are winners and losers, because to all of these there are winners and losers, it was other options were recommended. So I want to point out that 5A, 5B, and 5C are mutually exclusive. So you pick one. We don't vote, just pick one, which one you would like to move forward. So 5A is your standard 3-year weighted average. And what this essentially does is it smooths out some aberrations in the data, but it also means that there can be a lag in an enrollment trend. And of course, if an institution is suddenly on an uptick, it actually can have negative ramifications for an institution whose enrollment is increasing. The second option, which is delineated as 5B, is the greater of the 3-year average or prior year. And I want to point out that on this one, it's done on a basis for each institution individually, not for the system overall. So for example, if you have a university where the 3-year average is greater than the prior year, they would go with the 3-year average. But if you have another institution where the prior year was greater than the 3-year average, they'd use the prior year. So there would be some level of inconsistency in that. And then 5C would be the weighting the most recent, the last 2 years of the, so the prior year, oh my God, stop for a minute. So 5C is base the weighted student credit hour count for each year of measure using a weight where you're weighting the more recent years higher. So for the immediately preceding year would get a 50% weight, and the 2 years prior to that would each get a 25% weight. But again, the most recent year gets weighted heavier. So again, these are mutually exclusive. Pick one. Pick one.
Based on the input from the business managers, I'd move to approve 5B. Regent Del Carlo?
I'd like to second that motion.
Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? It passes. Item number 6A, please.
Heidi Hartz, for the record. Recommendation 6A is focused on the outcomes-based funding component. If this recommendation is adopted, this would eliminate the performance pool as it currently exists, in so much as funding would not be allocated to institutions and then they would have to earn it back based on performance metrics and their progress. As part of the balanced approach framework, the funding that would be distributed through this portion of the funding formula would be distributed to institutions based on their relative growth on the performance metrics that are currently in place, as was discussed earlier this morning in the HCM presentation. Certainly, adopting this recommendation does not limit or preclude NSHE from revisiting the performance metrics in the future.
All right. Pardon me,
No.
did you have something else to add?
I think I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Sanchez, do you have a motion? Thank you. Is there a second? Who seconded? Oh, Senator. Okay. Is there a further discussion on this matter?
Up north, we didn't hear the motion, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Sanchez voted to approve 6A as written,
Thank you.
and that was the second by Senator Dondero Liu. Any discussion? Yes, Doctor.
Thank you, Kyle Dalby. I have a question. I know I'm non-voting, but we're in the middle of the vote, but I'm just curious on that bucket, does that limit it to the percentage? There's no overshooting and getting extra, right? It's that whatever percentage we choose as that third bucket, is that right? Okay, I'm getting nods. Thank you. That's all, I'm just curious. Thanks.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? It passes. Let's move on to item number 7.
Mr. Chairman, this is where the rubber hits the road, so if you don't mind, we would like to give HCM an opportunity to make sure their model is in order, and we'll come back in 5 minutes. And we will project with the pillars that you've chosen now, and we'll start with the 40-40-20. We will show you the percent allocation and the dollar amount, and you can pick what you want your percents to be.
I'm so excited.
Me too.
That's fine. We'll be in recess for about 5 minutes approximately. I think we're ready to go. HCM.
Okay. Will Carroll for the record. So I'm going to share the screen with the model. It will, I know I need to zoom in a little bit. I will do that. But as we're going through this, please feel free to speak up about me needing to slow down as I walk through anything or zoom in or anything. So I'm going to try to sort of walk through what we've got here on the screen and connect it to the decisions that you all have made so far today. So starting on the left side here, these sort of orange boxes represent that O&M core cost component of the balanced framework, representing the small institution factor and the research O&M. You all have voted to set the SIF value at $40 and set the threshold at $125. On student-based funding, we've updated so that this is only counting resident students and using the same 50-50 headcount FTE split and the one weight for Pell students and minority students. On weighted student credit hour, we reflect the vote you placed on approving the higher of the 3 or the prior year average. And the outcomes-based funding is the final component. That leads to a total formula allocation across the different components. And then reflecting the FY25 allocations, institutions got enhancements through the appropriation for graduate student stipends as well as summer school. So we've added those in at the end to sort of reflect the actual appropriation that institutions would have gotten in FY25 under this type of formula. That then leads to, let me make that a little bit bigger. This is the sort of impact box that we're going to look at for the different options. I will zoom in a touch more. So under the current, we have 40-40-20 in here, which reflects this first option in the work session. You can see the new state share of the total state funding. You can see the dollar impact, and you can see the percent change in the share of the state funding and the change in the state allocation. So this change in state allocation is the percent change that you've seen in all of the documents or all of the tables that you've seen so far throughout the work session document. So these numbers, I think, are bigger than the ones that you had seen before in terms of the cuts to the universities and some of the increases to the community colleges. The resident, non-resident factor is the driving cause there. The universities enroll more out-of-state students, and so they are receiving a smaller portion of the student-based funding component by taking out the non-resident students. So I'm going to now just look through the impact table for the different sort of distribution options that are in the work session document. So on the 40-40-20, again, you've got these, this is the 40-40-20, ranging from a 14.7% cut to UNR to a 28.6% increase to CSN. At this point, I need to stop and remind everybody that of a couple things. One, this is based on data that we had for FY25. We heard from President Dalpy that weighted student credit hours at his institution, for example, have changed a lot since that data. That's going to be true for every institution. So we don't have, and in the next year when this formula would be implemented, the data will still be updated. So this is just based on what we had at the time to work with. So these numbers will definitely be different when fully implemented. And the other thing is that these would be phased in, as we've talked about. That is an agenda item or an action item for later in the work session. But again, these would not be sort of a one-year impact on any institution. The intent would be to phase it in so that an institution doesn't feel the full change in 1 year. So 40-40-20, you can see that range. Next option in the work session document is a 45-45-10. So reducing the amount that's going to outcomes-based funding and splitting that still equally between student-based funding and weighted student credit hours. I'm going to zoom out a little bit so you can kind of see the comparison to the first option. I think so. Yeah, I think it's just that, yeah. So 45-45-10 ends up sort of with larger cuts to the universities, larger increases to the community colleges and NSU. The reason for that, just to give you a sense of sort of when you change one lever, what the general impact is going to be, the student-based funding is the portion that has the biggest impact on shifting funds from community colleges towards the universities. So this puts more funding into the student-based.
Excuse me, I just want to point out, we're picking up some background noise. I think maybe some folks need to mute their microphone. Thank you.
Thanks. So in the near term, at least, the outcomes-based funding, by using the relative growth model, distributes funding pretty similarly to how weighted student credit hour is distributed. So the impact of going from that 40-40-20 to the 40-45-45-10 is really sort of moving more towards the student-based funding, and that's why the universities see a larger decrease under that model. Now this is a 40-50-10, which further distributes more funding into student-based funding, less on the weighted student credit hour, and you can see that continues to sort of lean towards that direction. So we're just sort of going further down the emphasis on the student-based funding. And then this one, sort of the flip side, where 60% is through the weighted student credit hour, 20% through student-based funding, and 20% for outcomes-based funding. You can see the range here is now from 8.2% reduction to UNR up to a 15.4% increase for CSN. Again, something that would be phased in over time, not immediately enacted in 1 year. So we can, I will turn it back over to Heidi and Crystal to sort of work through the work session document, but we do have the ability to change those percent distributions and see a real-time change. Sure. So this is 70% weighted student credit hour, 75% weighted student credit hour, 20% student-based funding, and 5% outcomes-based funding.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps a general observation to help the committee digest this. So the model that he just ran at the 75, 20, 25, because you're driving up the weighted student credit hour portion, so that helps maintain the status quo. So you see what happens there is it drives down the reductions to the universities. So to the extent that you want to continue to maintain the status quo, you drive up bucket 1, drive down bucket 2, and in this case, they also considerably drove down bucket 3, which is the replacement of the performance pool. You'll have the opposite effect if you drive up bucket 2. You'll see the universities. So if you inverted that and did 20, 75, 5, you'd see a whole bunch of money shift to the community colleges and away from the universities, because it basically takes what you see in the yeah, exactly. So now you know, and you can also see from this the significant impact, because if you compare the percentages that Will showed for the 3 models in the work session, those percent changes don't match what's in the work session document because you removed the non-residents, and it made a significant, it pushed money towards the community colleges for all of those, so.
Mr. Chairman, if you're looking for someone to start the conversation, I'm happy to serve in that role. Okay. I think when we started this process, kind of the way I looked at it was that it had been over 10 years since the last time. And in the last time, really kind of what we did was go into the weighted student credit hour is we emphasized the importance of not just putting students in a chair, but trying to get those students to earn their certificate, earn their associate's degree, earn their bachelor's degree, and to do it where possible at a rate of, trying to graduate university students in 4 years or around 4 years, and trying to make that happen more quickly, putting the emphasis on that. And I think the reason for that was at the time is that there were studies that were showing that if a student languishes too long at any school without a degree, their chances for getting one tend to fall off too. So I think the legislature and NSHE at the time made a really good decision to go to weighted student credit hours. I think what we found that also, though, impacted maybe the community colleges more than we'd anticipated, because a lot of their programs aren't necessarily the degree programs, and as well, they have a lot more of the part-time working students that maybe their administrative costs. So I think what we're looking at here is along the right track, but I would advise getting too far away from weighted student credit hours. And I'm not saying that just because of the impact that it's having on these numbers for the universities, but more just from a policy standpoint, that I still think as a system, it makes sense to keep the focus on the students actually achieving what it is that you're bringing them into the institution for in the first place, which is trying to give them something that will help them better themselves when ultimately they decide to leave. And so I'm saying all that just from the standpoint that I probably wouldn't support anything that moved more than 20% to the new components that we're adding to the formula. Anything below that would probably, that or lower would probably be acceptable to me. And I know what you're probably thinking is, wait, you're the one that voted no on item 3A, so why are you even talking? But on 3A, I just didn't feel comfortable that I knew why we had landed at the 50-50 and then the factor of 1 on the other two parts of that part of the formula. But to me, the lower percentage you make that, the new components, the lower percentage you make that, the easier it is for me to stomach going forward. So again, just as a starting point for the discussion, that's kind of how I see the world. And I know there are others that'll see it a lot differently, but just wanted to put that out there.
So how does that translate to a percentage, Rick?
Well, as I said, I probably am not going to support anything that takes the student-based funding higher than 20% to start out with. And when I say to start out with, I just mean, I think if from my standpoint, the weighted student credit hour was a good move, but maybe it had some impacts that we didn't anticipate. I don't want to go so far in the other direction away from student credit hours that we have those same impact, unintended impacts in the other areas. So I think the best place to start might be at 20% student-based funding or lower. I'm a fan of the outcome-based funding, quite frankly. I know I'm in the minority there, so I would keep that at the 20% and then would have the weighted student credit hour at 60%. That's just, again, doesn't mean that's the only thing I would support, though, but that's kind of where I see the world. Thank you.
Yes.
I kind of agree with, this is Betsy Fretwell. I kind of agree with Rick on that. I think it gives us a good starting place. I think one of the challenges is, do you want to have some phased-in implementation? Not necessarily, if we go with the 70-10-20, I think is what Rick was just saying, right? So the weighted student, the traditional measure, the weighted student credit hours would be at 70. The outcome-based would be 20, and then the student-based would be 10%. Is that what you're saying, Rick?
I was saying the 60-20-20, but that doesn't mean I would oppose. Doesn't mean I would oppose a 70-20-10 either.
What does the 60-20-20 look like again? So for the legislature to hold everybody harmless, they'd have to invest another $22 million, which is about 5% of the overall budget for the system. Right? Did I do the math right, Glenn? Yeah, about 5%. That seems immensely affordable, frankly.
5% of the formula appropriations as
Right.
opposed to all appropriations.
Thanks, Chris. So 60-20-20 moves the needle. Probably could be manageable and can probably, not to speak for any of the legislators that are in the room, but might be manageable in the budget as well to hold people harmless.
Yes.
Stephanie Goodman for the record. I just want to emphasize my support for what was just said. I think that I also would really like to see maybe the 60-20-20 and the 75-25 next to each other. If we could just see those and just kind of give it a look. Thank you.
For record, just to clarify, 5% for outcomes is where the 5% would be? Okay.
One actually increases the hold harmless to $23 million. You know, I don't know. In my world, hold harmless is a whole lot different approach and meaning. In your world, hold harmless sounds to me like trust me. So I'm a president of a university and an R1 university, and I just lost $11 million, and I'm supposed to trust a legislature to backfill that. Yeah, it ain't happening. And I don't think that's going to be the case.
Sure.
So, and then you say phase it in a year at a time, really? When we're dealing with biennium budgets, that doesn't make sense to me either. So I just don't know.
Regent Brooks, for the record, I wanted to make just a quick observation in taking a look at how these percentages are broken down, right? If we recognize very early on that there absolutely is competition driven with institutions based on weighted student credit hours, if there's a shift in the percentage of what this looks like, and really the competition becomes with what are the outcomes of the institutions, and if outcomes are student experience, student success, and awards, then from where I sit, I would rather have institutions compete against for the success of students than for the success of enrollment. And so I'm wondering if there might be, you know, even maybe a different way of looking at some of the numbers, because the 60-20-20 seems, I think it seems pretty good, but what can we do to drive outcomes? And maybe we start taking a look at playing with the percentages to where outcomes becomes part of the priority, because that's student success. Right?
Well, and I think to Regent Brooks's point is that's actually where the last formula is that's where the weighted student credit hour and where everything was in that bucket, because it was based on success and completion of a course, for example, or at least the earned F. We're going to call it the earned F, I know. I guess to that point, I wonder what, and this might seem a little radical, but what an 80 in WSCH and a 15 in the students and the 5%, or either an 80-10-10 or an 80-15-5 or something like that might look like. Because it does drive success in the particular point of completion of courses, and that's really where students are supposed to be, is getting enrolled, getting through, and it does still weigh into that. It's just a concept.
Heidi Hartz for the record. So you threw out three combinations of numbers. For the benefits of HCM, could you choose one combination of numbers that they could then model? You can still ask for others.
18, 5, 15, and 5. 18, or 80, I'm sorry, 80 for WSCH, 15 for student attributes, and 5% for outcomes-based funding.
Mr. Chair, while while he's hacking away at that, to give him a breather. Well, everyone's not looking at him, they can look at me. To piggyback on what the chancellor said, the weighted student credit hour measure in and of itself has that performance piece to get students to the end of the semester. The previous formula had, like, you get funded at 8 weeks, whether they finish or not. To the point of that was made about the part-time students, or the students in the community colleges, the W's are not funded. So if a student withdraws from a class, and even if it's at like the 13th out of the 16th week, we do not get funding for that right now. That number is higher at community colleges due to the nature of the students. So by putting a little bit, skewing the funding toward the weighted student credit hours, that allows us to have resources to retain those students and bring that W rate down so that they do complete. And once they complete that step, rather than withdrawing, they can step themselves into a degree or certificate.
Mr. Chair, this is Peter Reed. If I can, I'd like to make a couple points and maybe ask a question. So first off, the idea that the legislature would make the R1 institutions whole is a great idea. I don't know what the viability of that idea is, and maybe the legislators on this committee could share some insights into sort of their prognosis as to that as a possibility. But if that's not the case, then essentially this is a model designed to shift funding from the R1 institutions to the community colleges. And I am all in favor of increasing funding for the community colleges. And as I said in the beginning, I was hopeful that this process would result in a model that demonstrates the intent to invest in higher education in this state by increasing funding across the board. Someone asked the question earlier about the impact of these level of cuts on the R1 institutions, and I can tell you what that impact will be is that it will harm students. You're talking about fewer courses available to the students, fewer programs available to the students. At this level, probably also cuts in student advising, student services, and possibly even the elimination of colleges and schools within the universities. I mean, these are draconian cuts to shift funding away from the R1 institutions to the community colleges. And if that's the result of this funding formula, then we're harming the quality of education in this state rather than helping it. And I think we need to garner the fortitude to make the ask for a significant, meaningful investment in the state so that funding can increase across the board rather than shifting it from one institution to another, which has a direct impact of harming the students in this state. Thank you.
Yes, Kyle. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kyle Delpy. I have a high-level kind of comment looking at all of this. Because if I were one of the presidents that were looking at the negative numbers there, I would immediately say, which I have done under the current formula, where do I need to chase the enrollment to balance the budget? And so I think the discussion comes back to something that was said by the committee members earlier about what almost need to be looking at the percentages rather than, in addition to the impact, but the percentages. How much percentage do we want to put in the enrollment, weighted student credit hours, how much in the student characteristics, and then how much in the performance? Because 5 years, 10 years out, the universities are going to be changing enrollment strategies, enrollment management strategies to make up those numbers. And that's the defining course that we would be saying is if you're not going to get it under scenario A, you're only going to get it under B, then that all of a sudden immediately shifts to, okay, we've got to spend more time on headcount, we've got to spend more time on weighted student credit hours, or we need to spend more time on outcomes, if I'm not misreading that. And I don't think any of the university presidents are on the room to speak to that, and I don't want to speak for them. But from an enrollment management strategy, if you tell me it's going to be these indicators, I'm going to make sure we get at least all of those to balance the budget. But if it becomes these, I'm going to go over here. And that strategy piece is the piece that we're defining with those percentages. We don't want anyone to be a loser in it, but it's going to down the road balance itself out because those institutions will go after those. And so from that standpoint, I think this is opposite what Regent Brooks, welcome to correct me, was asking for. You were, I think, thinking more on the last bucket. I actually, because I'm not a fan of the performance pool, would prefer that 5% there, because I think I want, it's something there to call it good, but not I'm gonna have to live and breathe if I don't get it. But the other ones seem pretty good to have more on the credit side, whether that's a 60 and a 25 or an 80-15, but the 5% in that last column for me works because that outcome piece we can get to, but to get there, we've got to build up our funding with the other two buckets. So.
Mr. Chair. Betsy Frotwell, for the record. I just pulled up the Economic Forum's report from the end of last session, and just to kind of put things in perspective. So at the end of 22, there was a 21.6% increase in state funding revenue. And then at the end of 23, it went up by 5%. The projection was 0.1% in 24 and 0.27 in 25. But when you look at those numbers, it's about $160 million in additional funds. So when we talk about, trying to hold harmless, if you picked this or any of the other formulas, you're looking at somewhere between $15 and $25 million to make UNLV and UNR good out of what is estimated right now at $160 million by the state's own projections. I don't think that's a very significant, I know it's difficult. Prisons need money. Everybody else needs money. Healthcare needs money. But the point is that based on the state's own projections from 2 years ago, they'll have the money to make that up if this is a priority.
Yes, Regent Goodman.
Thank you. I also, I guess it's a little bit of a soapbox, but when we talk about those increases that Ms. Fretwell's talking about, and this increase of funding for our state, a lot of those people that'll be benefiting from this at the community colleges are the individuals who may very well be working in the service industry, handling those events, or their parents are working in those spaces, handling those events. And for me, it makes sense for them to see some benefit from all of that. We keep hearing how Super Bowl brings all this money here, F1 brings all of this money here. When we talk about those kinds of increases, those events have a lot to do with it. And the people that work those events should benefit somehow from that. And I think that making sure that we are speaking to our students and that are down here and getting them into school, into higher education, I think it should be a priority. And I like the 80-15-5.
Just a question for Vice Chancellor Vitone, and just to confirm, this is a per fiscal year amount, so this would actually be double over the biennium, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're actually under this one with just under 17, 18, it's actually more like 36 million, correct? Okay.
Senator?
I guess all I would say is it sounds like a lot of money when you look at an amount, but it starts going really fast. And when you're talking about K-12, if you're not funding like early childhood, you're not funding K-12, you're not funding those things at a higher rate, then you get to higher ed where everybody doesn't go. Everybody goes to K-12. Everybody should be going to pre-K. We should have more slots. So, it'd be great if we could say everybody went to higher ed, but everybody doesn't go to higher ed. And we actually live in a state that doesn't always value higher ed, right? And so those are all the unfortunate realities of where we are. I don't want anybody to take it in the shorts, but I sure as heck don't want to see our R1s losing that amount of money, and just the assumption from this group specifically that, oh yeah, the legislature will cover it. Because, I mean, like my mother and dad didn't pay my bills either. So that's kind of what this is like, asking your mom and dad to pay your bills. And if you go to mom and dad and they don't have the 25 million to pay your bills, it's going to be a problem. So I don't think we can assume that. I don't see that we would ever have another downturn, but guess what? We didn't know that was going to happen when we had the recession. Didn't know we were having the pandemic. Didn't know. So I just don't know that I right now feel comfortable with anything that's an assumption and taking money from our ones at that magnitude and assuming that the state can pay for it, because we might not. And like I said, if we aren't paying for early childhood and we aren't paying for K-12 and those types of things, it's for naught.
Regent Delcaro.
Thank you, Chair Hardesty. And I agree with you, Peter Reed over there. And but I do want to say, I think at the second meeting we attended, I remember HCM strategies. I'm not sure which one of you said it, but you did say it, that if we wanted to get more money from the legislature, we'd have to raise our tuition. And that really stuck with me. Somebody said it. I wrote it down. I mean, somebody said it. We'd have to raise our tuition. And so I'm thinking, I just think it would be criminal to hurt the R1 institutions, because that does come up every 3 years. They're constantly seeking that. And we had to, as a board, because we weren't funded at the proper 80% for COLA, this board had to, it was a very difficult decision, but we had to do it. We raised tuition 5%, even though we had a subcommittee that we agreed to have a predictable pricing model. And that was based on NSHE. And Crystal Abba helped us through all that. And I thought it was a really great thing we were doing as a board, because in the past, it seemed like we were just pulling a figure out of the sky with no data. So, I mean, I'm really happy with all that. But we do know that our tuition is low. It's below the WSHE average. It's one of the lowest. I think there was a slide in this. So I would ask the question, to make up, say we go with this, if we have to make up $36 million, what kind of tuition increase would that $36 million be so our R1 institutions aren't impacted? That would be my question.
Yep.
Let me just finish, because we all know that there's only two ways out of this. We either raise tuition or we get more funding. And we've been told ad nauseum there's no more funding. So the only other way we can go is to raise tuition, as much as I hate to even say those words, my fellow colleagues. Thank you.
Regent Brooks, for the record, I think the problem that we ran into as a board is the same problem that exists right now, and that's when the COLA increases were made to the universities and institutions across the state. Board members knew that there were going to be substantial cuts, freezes, and other things that happened with these institutions. And reluctantly, the board voted unanimously on those, not because it was the board's decision to do so, but because every single president in the meeting said, yes, please do this. And so that's what we did. And the fact of the matter is that even when that was done, it was done that the presidents had an expectation that they would go back to the legislative bodies, and somehow and miraculously, they would be able to get more funds allocated for their institutions. And so when we're taking a look at how we can divide things up, I think it was very clear from the very beginning that not all institutions would be winners if we're changing the funding formula without having more allocated funds from the state make up some of the differences. Yep. And it seems like we're almost at this impasse where if we can't have both, if we can't have a restructured percentage and an increase of funds from the state, then what is the least amount of damage, if you will, from a financial perspective that's done to the institutions, particularly the two R1 institutions. Again, I don't think anybody working in the committee believed that we'd get out of here clean. And I mean, while that might be a great hope that the board would have, this isn't going to be favorable to everybody, but something has to be done because what is currently outlined in terms of the funding formula isn't working, and that's part of the problem. And so it's either we recognize that not all institutions are going to come out of this the way that we'd like them to, or there's an increase or there's an increase of funding from the state. Either way, we have to figure something out. Yeah, again, I appreciate the comments about tuition, and certainly that could be a consideration. I can tell you from just me personally speaking for myself, that would not be an option for me in any type of right now as we sit here. That would be a tough one because those are very, very difficult conversations to have, particularly with students. And the only thing that I've seen from the board is the last time that we did any type of increase, it was with the approval of student bodies that were coming in and offering comments saying, hey, we recognize that we have to get things done differently. Go ahead and increase our fees X amount of percent. But
I have a question for HCM. We made a significant adjustment in one when we took the non-residents out. How would these numbers change if they were put back in? Especially since that impacts the universities.
So Will can work on putting those back in but the numbers in your packet are the ones that do include that first recommendation. So we don't have this particular breakdown of 80, whatever it is right now. But it would certainly shift more resources. Removing non-residents shifts resources away from UNLV and UNR to the other institutions because those two institutions serve proportionally more non-resident students.
Can Will bring back up to the top, just so even if we could see it from a percentage, we don't actually have the dollar amounts in our packet, we only have percentages, but I think he's got up there 60, 20, 20. And so at least we could compare the percentages and then while he's working on.
I've updated so that this is now 80, 15, 5 with all students, residents and non-residents. Yep.
Right.
This is reflective of of the way the wording is originally provided in your packet. So it includes non-resident students, the underrepresented minority students, and the Pell eligible students.
Who's the third institution on the list? NSHE, okay.
Yeah.
And if you had 100% in the student credit
That would
category-
basically be the status quo.
Right,
Yeah.
Correct.
thank you.
100% in the weighted student credit hour would effectively be the status quo of the current funding model.
Except now we have relative growth as opposed to the performance piece of it.
By putting weighted student credit hour at 100%, it sort of reflects the current distribution even with the performance pool, assuming all institutions hit their targets, because those dollars are still based on the weighted student credit hour to start with.
So it would eliminate the relative growth technically. So it would just all be on weighted student credit hour, which is what we have today.
Yeah, I mean, you could do 80% weighted student credit hour, 20% OBF, and see, at least based on the most recent years, relative growth in outcomes. You could see the impact of that. But
So that would just remove the student attribute piece. So 80 and 80, 0,
20.
and 20.
Yeah.
Can you run that one?
Do these have to be even numbers? Like you're doing 80, 20, you're doing 60, 40. Why can't they be 63, 23, whatever?
Sure.
Sure.
I mean, start adjusting.
Yeah. Could I also pose a thought exercise? I'm going to leave it at 80, 15, 5 for now, just because I think that is easier to think through this. So we've been talking about the impact on the institutions that see cuts here. We've developed the framework here based on a lot of input that you all have flagged about the current formula and the needs of the institutions. So if those are sort of the right policies and you adopted this formula and you were managing it this way for, say, 10 years, and 3 consultants came in and said, we have a great new formula for you, it's 100% based on weighted student credit hour, you would actually see the inverse of all of these signs in terms of the percent change, right? So you'd be seeing, if you were to shift from what we've designed as a little bit of the right policy to a 100% based weighted student credit hour, you would see plus 3.7% at UNLV, plus 4.7% to UNR. You'd see a negative 11.4% to, I think that's CSN. So I just like, right, it's tough because when you're thinking about the status quo, that is what you're used to and that is what you measure changes against. But I do think that another way of thinking about it is that this totals up to about 15 million, that these community colleges are currently underfunded by that amount if the sort of structure of the 80-15-5 is reflective of student needs, institutional needs, and state priorities. So I would just sort of take a second to think about that with the inverse signs on all of these. And it could be a way of thinking about what is the impact of the current formula and how might we want to change that.
If you're talking about impact based on percentages of how this is done, Regent Brooks, for the record, can you just so that we could take a look at it, could you run a 75, 10, 15, just so that we can see how that manipulates some of the gains and losses throughout the state?
So 75 weighted student credit hour, 10 student, 15 outcomes. Yeah, so that is here.
With non-residents. Regent Brooks?
Right, the way that it would, Regent Brooks, for the record, the way that it would have been set had things not been, because you're demonstrating to us the way this would have been set had we not manipulated I think it was 2A or 2B.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay, yeah.
May I ask a quick question? So these numbers have all students, not just residents, right?
That is correct.
And let me ask a clarifying question, because we ratcheted up the weighted student credit hours on this. That benefits residents as well, right? So, I mean, I know it includes all of them, but because we're ratcheting up that number and we have a disproportionate share of our current attendees that are residents, it would benefit them more, meaning they're going to have, by pushing that number up in that first column, it's going to benefit residents more. I'm just worried if we stripped out, if we make a change back to the original recommendation where it's all students, not just residents, I don't want our residents to feel adversely impacted to mitigate impacts on the larger institutions.
Yeah.
It just recognizes that kind of a student is a student, right? But we are still benefiting our Nevada residents because we've got a higher student weighted credit hour category.
So,
Am I right?
Correct.
Yeah, this is Peter Reed. I agree with that completely. And, one way to think about it is that this funding goes to the institutions to hire the faculty to teach the courses. And those courses are being taught to both in-state and out-of-state students. And there's a disproportionate impact, as has already been noted, on the R1 institutions because they have a higher number of out-of-state students. But it's not like we're giving funding to support out-of-state students. It's no, we're just taking into account the full student body at these institutions and using that to fund the instructional budget.
So I want to just clarify.
So that's exactly right.
Sorry, Bartha Snyder for the record. And I want to clarify, and Chris, I'll look at you for this as well as Heidi. The weighted student credit hour calculation is not changed from the current. That does not include, that is resident-only students. So the weighted student credit hour component of this funding model is carried over from the previous funding model and does not include resident students or non-resident students. The only consideration of non-resident students was in the student enrollment component, as was put forward in the recommendations earlier today.
Right, and for the record, Patty Charlton, so Dr. Reed, that policy determination was made a long time ago by the legislature not to include funding for basically the instructional state-supported operating budget for non-resident students. That's been in, Crystal, I'm going to look at you, a long time that was made.
I mean,
So it is not included in the WSCH, and I don't see that changing.
And the reason for that, for the record, Crystal Abbott, is that in the current funding formula, non-resident students are excluded because the institutions retain 100% of non-resident tuition. So that's why for a resident student, you just get what the state gives you in terms of what's generated by the weighted student credit hours. You're not collecting non-resident tuition. So you think of the state kind of filling that hole that non-resident tuition would have otherwise filled to cover the total cost of.
So can I ask Ms. King a question? So I voted on the prevailing side of the motion to make 2A be for residents only. Can I ask for reconsideration of that item?
Yes, you can move for reconsideration.
I would like to ask for reconsideration of that item.
Mr. Chairman, we can run those numbers. We can show you what those numbers look like, and then you can make that. So you see both. Before we go down the road of changing the motion, we can just run it for you and show you, and then you'll know for sure if is that okay?
Thank you, Crystal.
Sorry.
I think I know what it's going to show,
Linda's
but
like, Crystal, don't do that.
I may be wrong.
And just to try to, pick up on some of the policy rationale between including non-resident students in the student component portion, but not in the weighted student credit hours. The weighted student credit hours rationale was just described by Crystal. Institutions retain 100% of non-resident tuition, which is typically fairly significantly higher than resident tuition. The other piece, but why you would include it in the student attribute component is because those students also access other supports that are not reflected in instructional costs. So there is certainly a policy rationale to including them in one, but not in the other.
I do have just one quick clarifying question, just because I do not know the answer to this. But would Nevada students who are dreamers be considered resident or non-resident? Or do we know?
So for the record, Crystal, it depends on the situation. So if you have a student, so what it is, it's within the student, I was going to say CIS, it's if you're deemed a resident for tuition purposes. So if you're paying resident tuition as a student, then you're being counted as a resident student.
And I think
Okay, so U.S.
it depends.
resident status is not considered, it depends, okay.
No, it's for, as Crystal said, for the purposes of the assessment of tuition. So if they went to a Nevada high school, they are resident. And so they matriculate in that form. So there's a lot of different variables, and that would be for a number of factors.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chancellor, do you mind if I ask for reconsideration of your motion on the item that made it residents only? On item number 2?
I'm thinking yes, but the reason why I'm saying that is because I didn't know if there were other iterations that we wanted to see and be able to compare and kind of rerun, or if it's just the resident.
It makes such a huge impact on the 2 larger institutions, no matter which part of the model you run. As far as the, splits between 60-20-20, 75-10, 5, whatever it is, you've got it makes a big difference to the larger institutions. And if we're trying to mitigate that, based on what the senator said, the ability for the legislature to potentially help hold harmless those organizations, or to the regent's point of availability or potential for making up the difference in a tuition, we probably need to figure out a mitigation moment. And this is a way to mitigate it pretty significantly on the chart that's behind you. And it's still to Mr. Reed's point, it still accounts for the students that are actually in the classroom.
And I would just clarify one other thing as well. Well, or maybe it's a question. Are WUI students considered resident or non-resident? Because I think it's a false assumption that the universities receive the full out-of-state tuition for their out-of-state students, because WUI students in the Western University Exchange receive a significant discount.
So again, for the record, Crystal Abbott, they are not being charged non-resident tuition, which is what determines whether or not they're included in the weighted student credit hours. A WUI student pays a WUI rate in addition to the base registration fee in lieu of non-resident tuition. So yes, they are included.
So the WUI students are included in the weighted student credit hours.
Because they are not paying non-resident tuition.
Okay.
Will Carroll, for the record, one clarification on that too is that in our modeling here of the student-based funding component, the data that we had was we could not distinguish between a WUI student or any other type of out-of-state student. So if that were to be a policy choice, it would fall somewhere in between these two options displayed here, but we don't have the precise data to model exactly that.
Regent Brooks, for the record, President Dalpy, when you take a look at these, is there a distinction for you? I mean, if we were looking at, and I'm directing the question to you because there was certainly some great input that you had provided for us in terms of what your perspective would be as a president, and taking a look at what some of the structure would look like. So the 75, 10, 15, is that amenable? Just from your perspective in terms of what it looks like if we're looking at this through the lens of the state and not simply one institution?
So Kyle Dalpy, for the record, the 15 bucket still bothers me because it's kind of mirroring that performance pool, although the metrics behind that have changed. The middle number is the student characteristic, which is the one that will help us with the part-time students, but the 10 is really small. I mean, the previous version we had, I don't remember where it is, the 60-something 5 was, yeah, probably, I can't remember now, I lost it. More on the weighted student credit hours, start building in that middle piece on the characteristic which helps institutions with part-time students, which is not just the community colleges. I think we noted UNLV's got a pretty significant part-time range, and then keeping that performance piece, which outcomes-based, whatever we're calling it. That seems workable to me. And again, if I were looking at that as I think Mr. Carroll mentioned it, if we're looking at that as those are the buckets, and then at some point in the future, it's going to balance itself out if we mitigate mitigating the losses. I was also going to ask that I think 9, looking ahead, does that give us the flexibility, I think, to look at these percentages again down the road? That's the one where it says there's a review committee. So we feel like we're in a meeting right now where we got to cut the blue wire, cut the red wire, and we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, I'm nervous about that. I'm kind of like, I walked in here this morning thinking maybe it would be better to keep everything the way it is because we know how to work that one. But that would totally push aside all the work we've done at defining these categories. So I think to your question, to me, the weighted student credit hour piece of the driver is important. The characteristic part's important. The least part is that third part. The splits within the resident, non-resident piece in the middle in that first one, I'm still trying to get my brain around that because I don't work in the space of out-of-state students very much. So I think we've taken that out now, if I'm not mistaken. It might be coming back in, but does that help or is it?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, to Regent Brooks' question, I just want to point out for the committee that when you, from the standpoint of Western in particular, as a small institution where as we were developing the work session document, it was painful to see the number of scenarios that harmed your institution. However, when you drive up the OBF factor, it benefits WNC. For example, when you go from 80-15-5, WNC's increase is 3.9 versus what you recommended, Mr. Brooks, of 75-10-15, WNC increases to 4.8. So increasing the OBF factor that competition, it's healthy given the current metrics, you're doing well. Now, whether that continues is a different thing, but I just want to make sure that because I don't want someone saying something that actually harms their own institution. So I apologize for that.
No, it's great, and I appreciate that because it just lends to more of the conversation that we're having. And to your point, all of this has to be reviewed and assessed and looked at, right? So even if something is implemented as quickly as it can be through the board's perspective, we would still have to track it and make sure that it's working within the state the way that it's intended to. So I appreciate your input.
So actually, if I could just chime in, I appreciate that. I would like to trip over myself, but I am looking at it from the 7-inch teaching institutions. They do have the weighted student credit hour, not to put mine behind, but looking at what's meaningful on those top levels without even looking at the numbers sometime. But we do well on the outcomes. I still wish at the end of the day, if I'm doing 114% on anything we call a performance pool, I could get 14% more, but that's not even going to happen under the new one. And that would be a true performance pool.
Regent Del Carl.
Thank you, Chair Hardesty, Regent Del Carlo, for the record. If you could put the NFA's recommendations of 80, 15, and 5 next to what Regent Brooks just suggested. He suggested 75, 10, and 15. If you can put those side by side, because they're very similar. And very similar, I mean, the numbers. And I think it bodes well for what we're trying to get to. I thought NFA wanted 85. No, wait.
No.
It was.
I was 85. I was the 80, 15, and 5.
Okay, let me find it then. It was 80, 15, and 5. I thought that was NFA. Sorry, Patty. And then.
I think NFA was 75, 25.
Okay, well, let's go with what Chancellor said versus the 75, 10, 15 side by side. Please, thank you.
Well, I should put both, actually.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps while Will is running those numbers, just a little background information on the prior funding formula study and the discussion around what weighted student credit hours incentivizes versus what the performance pool now being replaced by the OBF incentivizes. Because remember, what you're doing when you decide those percentages, you're telling the institution, this is what we think is important. Weighted student credit hours measures progression from semester to semester. Did you finish your battery of courses for this semester? And if you did, with the appropriate grade, you're going to get counted and the institution is get funded. So that creates the incentive for the institution to make sure those kids make it through the semester so they get credit for those courses. So we're not giving funding based on butts in seats, which is the way we used to say it, but we're giving funding based on progression and performance in that academic year. The performance piece of it, you're sending the message that graduating matters because you're measuring things like awards conferred, certificates conferred, things of that nature, in addition to other factors like research and transfer students. There's an efficiency metric in there. So for all of these, to Kyle's point earlier, which is the presidents are paying attention to where those percentages are at. So if you dump everything into this bucket, that's what they're going to focus on. So just keep in mind, to your point of the performance piece, when you reduce that, absent anything else, you're saying these other things are this important versus this important.
So I think numbers are up there. So the top two are comparing same percentages, but one all students in the student-based funding component, so residents and non-residents. The right side one, from my vantage point, right, is including residents only. So those are the same percentage breakdowns. When you go down, the percentage breakdowns change, but within the columns are the same from those above. All students in SBF, residents only in the student-based funding portion. So you'll see here, actually, the higher percentage for the outcomes-based funding actually has less of an impact on, in all scenarios, on the two research institutions. Part of that is the way the outcomes-based component is formulated, which is that relative growth. So there's a stabilizing effect to that. You're comparing an institution's outcomes to their outcomes and measuring relative growth over time.
So I would add, as you're looking at this, to keep in mind that this is probably one of the most difficult recommendations of the day, because you're trying to balance good policy with fiscal impact. As you look at the percentages for each of the three areas, keep in mind that the next decision point for the committee would be options such as a phased implementation approach. So while you may set a target, you still have the opportunity to recommend phased implementation, which could mitigate financial impacts.
So we've been having a free flow conversation here, but that's precisely, Heidi, what I wanted to comment about. The bottom of page 10, one of the phased ins, coincidentally, would indicate that any reduction larger than 3% would leave everything sort of status quo. So coincidentally, if you go with a 70, 10, 15, that's just about a 3% adjustment. There'd be no adjustment to UNLV, and the adjustment to UNR would be minimal. And so to bring this full circle, I'd like to encourage the committee to consider a 70, 10, 15 with a phased in as described in item 8 on page 10, which says an institution that faces a reduction larger than 3% of the initial run of the formula would be brought up to 3% level by proportionally reducing the allocations to the other institutions, and do that for year one only. And then you begin to start moving forward to the policy, and it allows that implementation to take place. That's my suggestion.
So do you need that as a motion?
I don't think we have a motion pending on the floor, right, Ms. King?
Well, you do have one.
Well, but I think we have to circle back to Ms. Fretwell's motion to get into the non-residents in order for this to be accomplished.
Yes.
So I'm going to look to Ms. Fretwell to make a motion.
Okay, you want me to restate my prior motion to reconsider the non-resident, the
Yes,
resident
yes,
thing?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I will restate my motion, which is to reconsider item number 2.
3A.
Sorry, 3A. Thank you, Crystal. 3A, to reconsider our decision to have residents only represented in the formula.
Is there a second? Regent Del Carlo seconds. Any discussion? All right, all in favor say, yes, ma'am. Ms. Goodwin.
I just want to put on the record that I'm fine with this because by bringing that number down from the 40 down to a much lower number, it mitigates that cost. So I just wanted to put on the record that even though I was the reason for that long discussion earlier, I apologize, but I feel good about this now that we've reduced that percentage. Thank you.
Well, you're probably like I am. I was persuaded that actually the argument about resident versus non-resident has actually flipped for me to show that the residents benefit as a result of this change. So I'm glad we went down this path. It's been very helpful. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Any absentees? All right, it passes. So then, Ms. Fretwell, if you want to make a motion on the percentage and incorporate, well, you
All
can
students.
you can do whatever you want, but I was going to incorporate the language on the phase-in on page 8. I mean on page 10, at the bottom of paragraph 8.
So my motion would be, if if you guys can move that over back to the little chart that had the 70, 10, 15, go down a little bit with the all students. Yep, that one on the, yeah, bottom left, thank you. So I would make a motion that we recommend a 75 weighted student credit hour, 10 student attributes, and 15% performance for all students for the recommended new formula. And that we also incorporate a 3% cap in change as identified in number 8 in our work session document for the first year of implementation of the change of this formula.
Is there a second?
Regent Brooks, and I'll second it.
Oh, thank you, Regent Brooks.
Mr. Chairman, may I restate? I just want to read it into the record so that when we go back to write the report, it's right. And before I do that, I want to clarify that your motion on 3A did two things. So it was to reconsider and include non-residents. So that essentially means that the report will represent 3A as originally written in the work session document. It will no longer include the motion as previously adopted where the chancellor added in the provision for residents only. So 3A.
3A as originally
As
conceived.
originally, okay,
Yeah,
good.
and
We got
presented.
that. So now the motion on the table with the motion and the second is, and I'm going to read it as, bear with me here, Mr. Chairman. After the SIF and research O&M are subtracted from the total general fund appropriation, allocate the remaining general fund appropriation as follows. 75% based on weighted student credit hours. 10% based on student characteristics as described in 3A. And 10% based on progression and outcomes referred to as the outcomes-based funding or the OBF described in 6A. So we are at 75, 10, 15.
Right, with.
Okay? And the cap.
Right.
I'm continuing.
The
hold on.
15's
The
on
cap,
the
the
OBF.
cap portion of this
15.
is an institution that faces a reduction larger than 3% in the initial run of the formula will be brought up to the 3% level by proportionally reducing the allocations to the other institutions. Correct?
Yes.
For the first year of implementation.
For the first year of implementation. Okay.
Right.
Shall I read it one more time, Mr. Chairman, just for
Yes, please.
fun? Okay, I got it. After the SIF and research O&M are subtracted from the total general fund appropriation, allocate the remaining general fund appropriation as follows. 75% based on weighted student credit hours, 10% based on student characteristics, and 10% based on progression and outcomes. An institution that faces a reduction larger than 3% in the initial run of the formula would be brought up to the 3% level by proportionally reducing the allocations to other institutions in the first year of implementation.
Everything's good except the
percent.
The percent. You got to flip the 10 and the 15. The 15's on progression and outcomes.
Let me do it again. It doesn't
Crystal.
matter.
Is that-
I'm retired. It
Crystal,
doesn't matter.
Crystal, wait.
Is that
You
part
may
of-
want to also read in the 3A.
The 3A, okay.
Yeah, start from the very beginning, do a complete 3A, and then, sorry.
Nope, I get it.
Okay.
Okay, so, but we already covered that motion, but I'll include it in this. So,
We didn't vote on it.
right.
Yeah. We didn't vote on 3A. We only voted to
We
get
voted
to
to
rescind the
remove it.
prior action. We haven't voted on 3A.
That's right. That's correct. That's
In
correct.
too many of these meetings.
Well, then we should do that first.
Yes. So Linda
Okay.
King for the record.
Yeah.
It appeared that you were taking the motion to reconsideration and a new motion all in one, which technically is incorrect. But not to frustrate the business of the committee, it was fine. However, it appears now that wasn't the intent of the committee. So you only voted on the motion to reconsideration. It's fine to combine 3A, the new motion, the motion on the percentages, and the motion on the cap.
So let's do that,
Okay,
if that's acceptable to you.
I thought that's what I was doing.
Okay.
So I'm totally fine with it, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Well, you're taking it, so you're going to vote on 3A as written.
We're going to vote on all of
Oh,
them
you're
at
going to
the
do
same
it all
time.
at
Yep.
once. Okay, I'll say it again. Okay, so recommendation 3A will read, allocate a portion of the general fund appropriation based on the following student characteristics: total student term, headcount enrollments, and credit hours, parenthetical, including non-resident students. 2, underrepresented minority student headcount enrollments and credit hours, and 3, Pell-eligible student headcount enrollments and credit hours. In addition, allocate, using the balanced approach, after SIF and research O&M are subtracted from the total general fund appropriation, allocate the remaining general fund appropriation as follows: 75% based on course enrollments, weighted course enrollments, 10% based on student characteristics as described in 3A, and 15% based on progression and outcomes, referred to as the outcomes-based funding or OBF and described in 6A. In addition, any institution that faces a reduction larger than 3% in the initial run of the formula would be brought up to the 3% level by proportionally reducing allocations to other institutions in the first year of implementation.
So moved.
Second.
So moved.
Second.
Fretwell, who was this?
Agent Del Carlo, seconded. All right, any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Rick?
I voted no on 3A earlier. I'm not going to have that option now, and I'm fine with it, just to move things along. So I'll be voting yes on the combined motion.
Thank you. All right, any other comments? All right, on this motion, I'll ask for a roll call.
Senator Carrie Buck, absent. Mr. Glenn Christensen,
Yes.
Mr. Rick Combs,
Yes.
Regent Carol Del Carlo. Yes. Senator Marilyn Dondero Loop,
Yes.
Miss Betsy Fretwell,
Yes.
Assemblyman Ken Gray, absent. Regent Stephanie Goodman,
Yes.
Assemblyman Erica Mosca,
Yes.
Mr. Tony Sanchez,
Yes.
Miss Yvette Williams, absent. Chair James Hardesty,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chancellor Patricia Charlton,
Yes.
Regent Byron Brooks.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay. In my view, 8A is not necessary in light of the last vote. Unless, Crystal, you can convince me otherwise. And if not, I'll ask you to turn to 9A.
I agree, 8A is no longer necessary for action. Number 9, the last item of your work session on page 11, urges the Chancellor's Office to create a formal review committee that convenes every 2 biennia to evaluate and propose any necessary changes to the funding formula allocation methodology. The discussions the committee had at prior meetings was to ensure that you had subject matter experts on that committee going forward and that the formula would be reviewed on a regular basis.
Is there a motion? Chancellor?
So move to approve the creation of a formula review committee convening every 2 biennium to evaluate and propose any necessary changes to the funding formula allocation methodology.
Second.
Regent Goodwin, second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, I believe that concludes the work of the work session, unless I've missed something, Crystal?
No, that is it.
All right, then let's turn to public comment.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's Rick Combs up north. I'm sorry. I just wanted to take a minute. I know that we we've said thank you to Ms. Hartz and Ms. Abba on a number of occasions for their work on the committee. I just wanted to mention Tony Odom McNeil as well, who also, much like Michael Jordan and Ms. Abba and Ms. Hartz, came out of retirement to come back and help out the committee. And I know how much hard work that the secretaries and the support staff put into these kind of things. And I just wanted to thank her for her efforts as well.
I agree. We all join in that. Tony, thank you. All right, we'll go to the agenda item number 9, which is public comment. And as to that item, this is the second opportunity for public comment. It can be made in person at either meeting location. Those wishing to provide public comment telephonically may do so by calling 669-900-9128. At the prompt, please enter the meeting ID number, which is 910-0378-4066. Halt the process. Sorry. I had raised a question at the beginning of the meeting with Ms. King about the report and editing the report. I wanted to get input from you about that. We have described the fact that the report would be prepared, but we needed to circulate. We can always circulate copies to members, but we won't be in a meeting where we can make adjustments. Can the committee delegate to the chair the authority to make reasonable as necessary edits consistent with the actions taken in the motions?
Linda King for the record. There's no agendized item for that. So the legal opinion is no, that would be, that if the committee were to take that action, it would be a violation of the open meeting law.
Okay. All right, back to public comment. I'd like to invite those who wish to make public comment in Reno to do so. Please begin your public comments by stating your name for the record, spell your last name, and we'll limit public comment to 3 minutes. Anyone in Reno who would like to make public comment? Mr. Combs?
There's no one coming to the table at the podium.
Anyone who'd like to make public comment in Las Vegas? Okay, is there anyone on the phone who would like to participate and make public comment? All right, no public comment has been offered. The chair will therefore adjourn the meeting with my thanks and appreciation to all of you.